I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know.
Said stay small, he just laughed from his gut. Late night screen glow, rum on the desk. Pin like a pistol, heart pounding in his chest. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words and a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right. They throw stones, he builds homes from the shards. Laughs at the slurs, turns scars into art. Wide brim shadow on a rusted old truck. He's talking truth, they're praying he shuts up. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words in a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right. Pass that plate, this ain't charity, it's war. Pass that plate, every dollar is a door. Open roads where his voice runs wild. You fund the fight, you free the child inside. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words and a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right.
Oh, I was muted. I said, man, I like that. That's a lot of fun. I enjoyed a lot. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. Tonight, we are going to do our very first episode of Hat, Crown, and Cross.
Mr. President.
Welcome in. Good to
Thank
see you, Re-Examination Show. I can hear myself. I think you have an open tab.
Dang. Do I have... Hold on. I don't hear any echo whatsoever.
Interesting.
Do you have an open tab?
No. Not one with any volumes.
Tell you what, I'm going to close my other browser. How about now?
Hold on 1 second. Hello?
Hello.
No. I don't hear it anymore. Oh, no, I do hear it. How do I still hear it?
You have a tab open.
I don't, though.
You don't.
Unless it's like somewhere magical.
Well, you are a magical president. I mean, I did see your VK character burst into flames, and you do encounter vampires from time to time. There's probably some kind of curse on you at this point.
I wonder if it's some kind of setting somewhere.
Let me see.
Weird. So they don't hear an echo, but I hear an echo.
How many programs do you have open for audio? Because you got your new Audio
Just my
Banana
personal-
thing going on, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you rely on your Banana for stability.
Currently.
Right. Interesting.
Very.
This is why we need Shiva, the banana wizard. Unintentional, but it is what it is.
That was way too funny. Okay, if they don't hear an echo, I don't care. I'll just get over it. It's fine.
Yeah. As long as it
gotta
doesn't
be-
sound like another brick in the wall, but your voice instead of a guitar, right?
I mean,
It's pretty
that would be
close.
something. That would be special. No, it's like really faint and in the background, just a tiny bit of the sound. So it'll be
Okay.
all right though.
Well, hands up, don't shoot. Wasn't one of my tabs. So, yeah, here we are. Hat, crown, and cross.
Yes. So we named it Hat, Crown, and Cross. It's kind of a funny play on words between you, myself, and Rev Russ, who isn't here currently.
Right. So the hat being yourself with the president with the stovepipe hat. The crown, I assume, being for the nickname Rex, meaning king in Latin. And the cross, of course, being Reverend Russ, who I think his character probably has a cross in some of his iconography. But
Sure.
yeah. And then tonight, we are going to be reviewing Lauren Southern's most recent drop, because she talks specifically about Christianity and the online culture, which has a lot to do with Rev Russ's interest, my interest, and some overlap with your interest and what you talk about. Although you have a wide variety of things that you talk about all the time.
True. I do. Just a lot of things, a large random amount of things.
Yeah, that was what your before panel, your warm-up panel was for. Now, in the warm-up panel, AVG was talking about her debate coming up on eugenics. So looking forward to that. That's on May 1st, she was saying?
I think so. I think that
Yeah.
sounds right.
Cool. I'll be looking forward to that. Now, I have actually not seen any of this Lauren Southern video. I wanted to have a fresh reaction to it. So,
I literally haven't watched it at all because of us talking about it prior. So I haven't seen any of it either. So this is a blind review.
yeah. Looks like Sport Brandon's going to be using banana wizard as a phrase now.
It's
He liked that a lot.
That was damn good coining, to be fair. I mean, it was a little bit too perfect. I almost busted out laughing, to be honest.
It was definitely meant in a techie way, but you know.
I don't think my self-raid worked. I think I didn't have this one live yet when I did the other one, so it like gave them an option to jump over here, but it didn't actually send them here. So
Okay. Interessante.
oh, it's all right. They can wander their way back here. To my mods in the chat, if I have any mods in the chat right now, if you would please share this out in the Discords if possible. And yeah. So I have the video pulled up. I don't know, do you want to just shoot the breeze until Rev Russ might show up, or do you want to just go for it?
Let's jump right in because full disclosure, he said he's watched some of it or a good amount of it, and he had his own opinions. So I'm sure that he'd be willing to contribute once or if he gets here. But I have none because I haven't seen it.
I have no opinions yet either. So give me 1 second. Let me do a few things in the background here while we get going here. I gotta pull it up, share it, get everything ready here. How was your week?
Oh, it was good. Last night had a 6-hour live stream reviewing a impromptu debate that I had with a guy named BS Lewis. BS Lewis is on the Tacos channel, and so I ran in those circles ever since my debate against Aiden Linden on slavery. And Aiden Linden is an atheist, and so that was a Swords of Reason debate. Long story short, oh, I can hear a little bit of feedback. Interesting.
Weird.
It would sound like some kind of sudden audio spike, some random distortion of vocalization, but interesting. Let me ask you this. Do you have both microphones on at once?
I shouldn't.
Okay. Interesting.
If I do, well, I only have this and that. And I just muted this and it's still doing it. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah, so it was fun. We had Chipingro, which was from a mod from Natural Law. You've seen Law and Order with Rob Knorr and Ryan Mullally. So he's more of a logician and a mathematician type of guy, and he was talking to Steelborn, and then later Eli Nix came on. We had Rev Russ on last night. It was a really good stream, and so that was fun. We went over the moral argument, the problem of evil, went over all kinds of logic, presuppositions, of course, things like that. It was a really productive, really good stream.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, definitely wreaking havoc on my sleep schedule, but I do love getting out there and talking about what's important, and
I think that's something when you first start streaming, you don't realize it's not like it's a really hard thing to do. It's more that it like takes a lot out of you to do. Like we have a joke, me and my wife, about how there's like, when you end your stream, there's like an exhaustion that immediately hits you, especially when you've done a long one, because you've like used a lot of mental energy just paying attention to everything, the conversation, the back end stuff, all the different things. And at the end, you're just like, and you like enter zombie mode for a little bit. And if it was a really good stream, you'll have like a spike at the end. You're like, yeah, that was amazing. And then the drop off right after. And it's kind of funny, actually.
I know when you're in the zone, you're either like behind the wheel and you're just like trying to keep up with the stream, or you're in the zone. And then when you're done, you have just like done a catapult right off the canyon's edge, and you're just waiting for that drop to happen. But in the meantime, you're flying.
Yep, true. And then the other part is the secondary, and that's the sleep schedule gets so jacked up. Like day and night are like fuzzed together, and you're like, which day was that? What day is it? Like, was that 3 days ago? Was that yesterday? I'm not sure when that was. Like, it just all starts blending together, which is hilarious too.
And I'm just like, why can't people show up in the convenient times? Why does everybody got to show up late at night? Why is it the night crawlers that get the numbers?
Yeah, it's because that's when there's time to do things outside of normal function, I think.
That's true. I just love audience interaction more than anything else. Just the back and forth. Here's the subject matter. Let's discuss, in the chat. Show me the reaction. Show me the impression that what you're getting. That's what I love, is the communal aspect of these things.
It's definitely good. It's
right. And you've amassed a pretty wide audience. How many, because you go between like Speakeasy and even Sarah Tomato, you just had Grid Motorsports on here. You have like a lot of decent connections. Now, how many, if you had to say how many major camps that you're able to come in and out of, how many grids do you think, so to speak, that you've passed through? Like, would you say, if you had to identify major communities you have rapport in, how many do you think those are?
I don't know that I could put a number on it. I try to make sure that I am amiable to everyone, even if they know that I disagree with them. So
it's a great policy, Mr. President.
Well, if I want to build bridges, I have to be able to talk to the people, and they're not going to listen if there's no amiability there. So that's kind of been a policy for me since the beginning. Like, I want to foster good communication. The only way to do that is to build trust. Now, that doesn't mean you think that I agree with you on everything or that I'm your best friend, but at the very least, you know that I'm going to be fair and I'm seeking to understand, and I'm going to be honest with my stances and my beliefs the whole time. And
right. And that can be really hard online because, as Grid Motorsports was saying, the incentive in here is to sometimes spurg out and go nuclear every time, and then you get clicks, and then some people will love you for it, some people will hate you for it. You get all that drama juice into your algorithm and all that stuff. But that's, again, I also agree with Grid that it's not really worth it, and neither is it interesting, because the point of debate was supposed to be actual intellectual inquiry, actual finding of the truth, actual finding of where a person is wrong, even if it's yourself. And that was part of the journey of learning, is finding the opposite of your opinion, so as to, even if you're still right at the end of the day, you might find out that the ways you got to a correct opinion are faulty ways. And those are good things to know.
True.
Not Voltaire
True.
is in the chat.
You have to know your blind spots in order to fix it. And that's partially why when you guys see me debate, I'll take stuff I agree with and stuff I disagree with, because I'm trying to flesh out my own argument. If I'm going to argue from the devil's advocate position, it's because I want to understand where their mind goes while they're arguing with me. And if I can establish that, then I can negate it in future debates where I'm standing on the side I actually belong on.
Now, what's your approach to taking a side that you don't agree with? Because I think the first panel I jumped in on Speakeasies was your death penalty debate, and you were arguing against it.
I've done both. In fact, I've done episodes where I argued for and against it in the same VK in the same night. So I think usually what happens is I go, okay, what's the natural course that the average mind will take when these things are brought up, right? So if I'm Christian, what is my against or for on this? Where would my mind naturally go? And then if there is no God and I have no moral foundation other than consensus, where will I go with this argument? And then I'll try to track that down and then try to make the most logical argument from that starting point. Like, what's obvious about this position? What could I logically say in this position that would negate the other side's argument or my own argument? And then I just I try to rapidly assemble that in my mind as I go.
Have you always been good at that?
I don't know, maybe.
Did you do debate club? Were you into that?
Nope.
Philosophy classes?
Nope. But here, for me, I have a decent linguistic intelligence and an understanding of rhetoric. And so when I put those two together, I can kind of craft arguments pretty easily. I think if I actually took the time to study more in depth the fields of philosophy and also just actual debate logic and format, I think I could do really, really well, but I haven't delved deeply enough yet for that. So
yeah, that's pretty impressive. Like, when it came to VK recently, the time I was on, when I stayed up super darn late, I had to argue in terms of, and I was thinking about doing a response video to myself critiquing my own debate, but I was thinking about how the guy Culpercast was saying that God's love is unconditional. There's a sense in that which that's really true, and it is. I had to find a certain sense in which it was conditional, which is true, but arguably not as true as the unconditional love of God. And if you want to take the unconditional side, what you'd have to use is predestination, which is more of a Calvinistic Protestant framework, as opposed to like provisionism, like God provided a way for people to get saved rather than God individually saves people. And but anyway, I took the conditional side, which is usually more what Catholics and I would argue Orthodox would also take, which is it is incumbent upon you to perform these certain ways in your life in order to not die and go to hell, in order to be saved, in order to truly follow Christ. But if I were Culpercast, I would have focused on the fact that Jesus did not have to die for us, but he didn't bring that up. That would have been an extremely powerful argument, because there was nothing that we did that caused Jesus to die for us. And so if he brought that up, I'd probably be like sunk, but he didn't.
Well, I think there's a certain level of ability to disengage predestination and force of the predestination. Like, okay, this is one of the things that I always get into an argument with people who argue against free will. And it's, if you know something is going to happen, okay, say I put a car on a track. I don't force that car to go a certain direction on that little racetrack, but I know it will go that direction once it is set. And there's a certain level there I know it, but I'm not forcing it to happen. Something could happen. It could change. Something could rumble and it could fly off the track. Those things could happen. But just because I know something is going to happen doesn't mean I'm forcing it to happen, right? Like God created us, right? And he gave us the route to salvation, and he knows all timelines. And the way I think about this is, if this is God's creation and he is over it and he's in it and he's all of the things that we would say, right? He's omnipotent, he's omnipresent, all of those. I could see it as this way. There's a computer and the simulation's running inside of the computer, and all timelines are in the same place in the RAM of that computer. So whoever that computer is, it has access to all of that information from beginning to end. Everything's in the same place and same time to that being. And so to us, it's not. And he doesn't have to force us to do things that he knows already are going to transpire. And that leaves free will intact, right? I still don't know the way philosophically to overcome that argument in that way, but it definitely is the case that I can know something will transpire without making it transpire. Foreknowledge doesn't inherently mean you've created the scenario.
So my thing is, I would argue from scripture that you could make that, but if you wanted to argue philosophically, the question I think then would be, what is the force that makes things happen outside of God? Because if God is merely the recipient of happenstance that he just kind of throws pieces into, he has the power to know what happens when those pieces, like say if you cast pieces of confetti in the wind. Like if a human does that, they know that the wind is going to pick up the confetti, but they don't know where the confetti is going to go. But if you imagine a human being who had X-Men powers and could predict where the confetti goes when you throw it in the wind, well, yes, he can know that by virtue of things that are outside of him. But that's how it seems to be with a God that you propose doesn't determine what's going to happen, but rather knows what's going to happen and then plans along with it. So it's kind of like the wind. Go ahead.
No. So it'd be more along the lines of he wrote the program and he set it in motion, and he can make changes at any point during the program's running. And because the program is full, whole, and in the system, he can make the changes and see all of it at once and affect all of it at once, but can pick and choose when he does, absent our knowledge of that event.
So you're saying it's like maintenance as he goes?
I guess. Obviously, there's still a relationship to it because it's there in front of him all of the time, and he has his action and will within it. But he's not like, okay, for instance, you're not forced to choose, right? But it is by his grace that you do choose in the first place. So to me, that seems like you still have the choice, but there's no force behind the choice. He created you with a mind to make a choice, and he knows what you will choose, but he's not forcing you to choose those things. So I don't think that creates a scenario of there is no free will, like people claim.
When it comes to the thing of free will, there's the idea of like the choices you make on a day-to-day basis, like in terms of what shirt you're going to wear, all that kind of stuff. That obviously is your choice. However, I would say that that's on the secondary cause level. But the bigger question is when it comes to actually choosing God or choosing sin and self. That's the thing, because that's where you need like specific revelation. You're not going to get that from logic alone. So if you wanted to, we could look at John 6:44. No one comes to me unless the Father draws him, and I will raise him up on the last day. So that's specific. But what you're saying is, can you use logical necessities alone to make that case? That I'm not sure of, but I think there is. The thing is, so what you're saying is, if he makes this computer, he has set the computer in motion, and then there is a thing the computer does apart from his involvement, and then he sometimes intervenes in the computer.
Well, no, I would think that he would be ever active, right? Like he's the game master over the entirety of the instance, right? So like it's playing, he's over it and paying attention to it, but he doesn't do things unless things ought be done, so to speak, by his choosing.
So seeing as we don't
Like,
know what
this
that
is an
criteria
RTS,
exactly would be,
right?
huh?
This is an RTS,
RTS. Oh, sorry.
real-time strategy.
Okay. Yeah, you have to clarify
See
that
all
for
of
me.
it at
I'm not into D&D, so
Well,
I'm
no, it's like Command and Conquer or StarCraft or any of
okay.
the real-time strategy games. But like you can see the whole everything, and he's over it, and he can dictate things, or he can choose to let them run their course, right?
Yeah. Yeah, as far as tight philosophical arguments from that, I usually just rely on the Bible to make sense of it, because if we're just saying God could do this or God could do that, well, what God are we talking about? Because if we're talking about the God of the Bible, then we can use the Bible. But if we're not talking about the God of the Bible, we're talking about a God who hasn't revealed himself, a God who doesn't have a following, a God who doesn't have scripture, a God who doesn't resonate with anybody. So, and that goes back to my...
You'd have to dig more, right? Like there'd have to be I'd have to flesh the entire scenario out into a point where it would make sense. But as a for instance, because I don't know if you saw this recently, someone just won the Nobel Peace Prize for his discovery that Einstein's claim of spooky action at a distance and some of his theories have been proven false, and that the way that reality works in our reality, I guess you could call it, is not local and real, which if that is the case, it changes everything we know about how the universe is. Like there's a certain level of this resembles a simulation even more than we ever thought it did, which I think actually bodes well, because that means there's design, a designer, a creator, and all of those things. So, and a Nobel Peace Prize was just won for this discovery. So that's why I used it in the first place, because there's some level of similarity in our reality to what God has created. And we're just mimicking it like we always do.
So what do they even use to say it is like a simulation, as opposed to this is real in a material sense that we've always imagined in the 20th century?
I have to dig into it way more, and I haven't had time to do it yet. I just watched the breakdown on him winning the Nobel Peace Prize for the proofs that reality is not local and real in the universe that we live in. And which is crazy. There's like a level, and I don't know how much you know about like programming games or specifically the ideas behind the physics of that. But basically, all distance doesn't exist. It only seems to exist due to the observer. And there's a whole bunch of crazy things that fall into this. And so I think as this gets fleshed out more and more, if it is true and he is correct about the thing he won the Nobel Peace Prize for, it may enhance or make the argumentation of the Christian God and it all being created more true and undeniable to society, to the world.
And therefore undercut the materialist view of things are because things are, and that's the way it is. Don't ask questions.
Right, because something that is not local and real would have to be designed, which makes there have to be some creator or designer.
It's kind of amazing. So when I hear it's not local and real, what they're suggesting and hinting at is it is always and entirely dependent upon something else, if you will, projecting it out.
A mind, an observer, always. There must be one for it to function.
Sounds like a nightmare for the atheists at that point.
It will be. It will be. I need to dig into it like fully and flesh out everything that's been just talked about in it. But it seems to me that this is a massive win.
Incoming alien theories. You just know it's going to happen.
Of course, that's the
Multiverse.
First place. It'll just be the whole thing of your God is just some alien child with a microscope or a magnifying glass, right? That'll be what it is.
Right, from Men in Black.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, no, I've not heard that. I've not heard that. But yeah, as far as predestination and free will are concerned, like I said, I'm a compatibilist because part of it is I believe that's what the Bible teaches, but I also experience it every day. Like I am not forced to do anything. I might complain and I might from time to time blame other people, illegitimately. But at the same time, it's like I make my own decisions. Nobody's making my
yeah.
decisions for me. I am not forced,
So part of the issue with that, right, reexamination is that from the atheist worldview, there's a certain level of truism in the claim that your prior experiences in brain chemistry lead you to make choices absent your thought. You're not thinking to make a choice. There's a lot of pre-existing neural networks and brain chemistry and prior experiences that are near enough to forcing it that you didn't think. You just chose. Kind of like you don't choose what you liked, what's your favorite food, why you love, why you do these things. Those are not choices on your behalf, and you can't change them by willing it to be so. And because of that, they make the claim that you're not actually choosing anything. It's almost like a pre-programmed response in the brain.
Yeah. So the phrase they would Yeah, so the phrase they usually use is you can do what you will, but you can't will what you will.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
well,
I understand.
And that reminds me of what Paul said, right?
Romans 7, that which I would do, I do not. Yeah. Right. So while that is understood, and I think also Proverbs 21:1, where it says the hand of the king is like a stream of river in the hand of the Lord, he directs it wherever he wills. At the same time, when you read Matthew Henry on that, and I've quoted this a number of times, but he likens it to an irrigator, a farmer who is trying to direct the water by making divots in the ground where the water follows. It doesn't violate the nature of the water itself, but it carves out and uses the nature of the water so as to follow the path that it would of least resistance, I guess, is one way of saying it. However, the problem with that is I saw somebody criticizing Alex O'Connor about his free will argument, which is really similar to what you said. And one of the things he was saying was, well, then what is reason? Can you reason if your thoughts are inevitably what they're going to be, regardless, based on conditions? So if that's true, then reason is nothing more than what you're programmed to think next. And you've convinced yourself that you have used reason.
Which would be a flaw because we see so much of humanity isn't capable of using good sound reason at all times, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there are people that lack good reason and logic, then you would have to say that all the ones that don't are in dysfunction. But I don't think that that's the case. I think that actually strengthens the case for free will. The fact that people can, in fact, function outside of logic and reason the way that they ought function.
That is an interesting point, because one of the arguments I'm trying to develop is that evil must necessarily have a conscious source, not an unconscious source, because you would have to look at truth in the face, and since truth is obviously unavoidable, and evil comes from lies, then therefore you would have to have consciously held truth and looked at truth in the face and defied it, gone against it, gone against the course of nature itself, the course of reason itself.
Well, now, would your claim then be that Satan, as the father of lies, is
the intelligent source
of evil? The intelligence of evil?
Well, bedrock sounds like some kind of transcendence, so I don't know if I want to say that word exactly, but you could say the
foundation of evil in the world.
The starting point,
right?
Yeah,
where it comes, where it resides from,
right? The patient zero of evil, if you want to call it that. Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's definitely patient zero of rebellion, which was an evil action, right?
Right.
So,
right. He's the accuser of the brethren. He is the father of lies. All those sorts of things. And so, because sometimes people would think that, well, evil is just mishaps and mistakes and oopsie doopsie. And that's like, and people just being ignorant. And it's like, well, no, it's more than that.
That's the whole Gnostic thing, right? Like, oh, he's redeemable, or he's Prometheus trying to bring fire to the people. He's showing us, it's a silly thing to even state when you break it all down, because it's like, this is perfection, living in perfection with other perfected beings, and you choose to thrash it for the sake of your own pride, rebel, and then convince a large swath of your brethren to also break from what is already perfection to what exactly?
Yeah, the promise of the promise of better, supposedly, that planting lies of planting lies of dissatisfaction. Same thing he did with Adam and Eve in the garden, is dissatisfaction and being convinced that the God of all good is holding you back from what you otherwise could and should have,
and false promises.
Yes,
false promises, right?
That lead to death.
And that's what we see in several religions and cults, as well as the movement, is we have to ascend back to the throne of God. Without God, we can just do it on our own and somehow make that happen. That's one of the things that we hear coming out of people like Marilyn, no offense, but is that she doesn't need anything but herself to ascend to godhood, which is exactly the promise that Satan made, and that he has made about himself, that he will rise above the heights of the heavens to sit on the throne of the Most High. It's the same idea, that you can just be a god, absent the power of the Creator, who is God. So,
yeah, and the same thing is true with T-Jump, because he believes in this thing. He's instituted this church of the best of all possible worlds, and as far as I'm seeing, what he seems to do is say, well, if God were good, what he would do is give you a tablet, and it would say, press this button and you can have your own universe. Well, who has their own universe? God. So you become God of your own universe. So it's atheistic Mormonism, ultimately.
It is. I mean,
without the harem.
And the other thing with that is all the claims of pseudo divine revelation that's coming out of all of this, right? Like, I had my long night of the soul and I found that this and this and this. Well, that's an individual revelation, not from God, that you supposedly receive. Same is true for Steelman's claim that he ate the entheogen, the mushroom, and because he talked to whatever was on the other side, he now realizes that Christ is a mushroom, and all of history, Christ was a mushroom, and then he has to rewrite or twist all of Scripture to fit that absent knowledge that is the truth. So when you look at all of that, it's like, these are the exact claims that people like Joseph Smith and Muhammad and others made, is they found divine revelation and they wrote a whole new religion based on the thing that they got from somewhere else that isn't God. And there you go. And it's, again, still the same lie Lucifer told in the garden to Adam and Eve. We see the exact same lie playing out, as if demons are still whispering the same lies into ears.
That mushroom, I mean, I've heard whispers of that. I'm still like,
he's fought for it on my channel multiple times.
Part of me is curious how he defends that, and most of me doesn't even want to know.
You could have a debate. I'd invite you to have a conversation with him sometime.
No. I mean, I there's enough wild and crazy going on. I probably don't need to add to the load. But yeah, a mushroom, a non-sentient. Oh my gosh.
Well, part of the claim is that it's like the oldest living thing that we know of on the planet, and that it permeates everything, which is not a lie. It is in all of the air, all of the time. There's spores of
yeah, but so are protons. Why not a proton?
Right. I agree with you. But the claim is that this is the plant substance / food that's been here for humanity since the beginning of humanity. It's been here all the way through. The largest living thing on Earth is a huge spore mound that exists. Like, there's all these different claims, and then he has to read in between the lines of Scripture of every different religion that this is the case, and that secret societies knew it, but they tried to keep it from everyone. And I'm just like, dude, you'd have to show me evidence of that. Like any hint of evidence of writings, of culture based around it, and it can't just be one thing, right? If this is the way that you're saying that it is, there would also be the case that everyone who uses it also would have the revelation you've had, and that isn't the case. In fact, most have the revelation you're having.
Well, and here's the other thing is future religions that never existed before and have no resonance, have no history, have no scripture, have no history. They're undercut by every other future religion too. And so how I would counter that is say, well, what if there was another person who found something else that was even older, who said Jesus was a proton or whatever. And then that's a new religion that's got the same equal footing as you, but it's new. And it also has a new equal footing in the sense that it also has a lack of all these other requirements that many of the main other religions have. And then you would have a third religion that also finds something old and says, well, it's this. And there is absolutely no standard by which to differentiate or distinguish yours as having any superior evidence to any other completely new, fabricated, novel religion.
Mm-hmm.
And Count Emmett brings up the mitochondria, which is, of course, the powerhouse of the cell.
I mean, it's a good point. It's a very good point. And I haven't used that against Steelman's argument, but I think that Emmett now has new ammunition, so that's fun. All right. What do you think? You want to jump into this review, this blind review of craziness?
Let's begin.
I don't even know what to expect at this point. I'm just throwing it out there.
What a pose. She looks like a Rocky Horror character like that.
She does. She literally does. I'm scared right now for my life.
Hey, guys. It's Lauren.
It's Lauren. Oh, my gosh. Welcome. All right, here we go. Welcome to my show. Okay. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see. Not dead, despite how many governments and shady influencers might wish it. Still kicking. And as I mentioned, 5 months ago now? If I came back, it would only be because I actually had something worth saying. And unfortunately, I do. Because what the hell is going on here?
What do you think about these Netanyahu AI videos?
I haven't seen them.
You haven't seen them?
No.
Oh, they think he might be dead.
What?
Yeah. There's a bunch of AI videos that Israel has released that are like clearly AI.
What?
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. We spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood.
What?
Yeah. I heard a little bit about that on X. Apparently, Candace is making claims that Charlie and her had conversations about him having the third eye opening into the astral plane or something, I guess.
She is so full of shit. I'm sorry.
I know. It's amazing. Her there's audience capture, and then there's capturing your audience. And she has captured her audience. She has brought them in, used whatever leverage she had, and then was able to spin that into some kind of closed system. I mean, I hesitate to call it a cult because it's not like it doesn't have the Jim Jones, we're gonna hunt you down if you leave, or the Church of Scientology intimidation tactics, but it's so insular to reality.
She's gone so far off the deep end. I mean, I knew she was a little bit wacky at the beginning of her run, but this has gotten a little out of control. And the worst part is she has a massive audience that believes what's being said. Buying it wholesale.
Timu Black Alex Jones says not Voltaire.
Yep. Maybe worse, to be fair.
Yeah, because even Alex Jones was telling people not to charge the Capitol back on Jan 6th.
Yep. Well, among other things. The things she's doing will tie into
the occult.
Destruction. Well, the occult, but also destruction of people, destruction of faith, every which direction, which I didn't see from Alex the same way. And even with him, at least it was crazy and goofy enough at times that you said, okay, I'm going to second guess this. She's so fully convinced of the things she's saying, or at least projects that she is, that people are buying in.
Yeah, I just think about the fact that her and her husband got married like within a very short amount of time. And I'm wondering what he's thinking right now. Is he like, oh, this is great, I'm on board? Or is he thinking, oh my
What have I
gosh,
done?
what have I gotten into?
Unless he's helping illustrate it.
I thought it would bring her to Catholicism, and where is she bringing me?
Yeah, it screams Jezebel to me a little bit. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
This is so yeah.
Testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project.
Candace Owens
See?
is a fucking evil scumbag. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
Holy crap.
She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no...
Your wife has 3 babies.
Just gonna throw this out there. It's really rare for him to get that pissed, so it's
It
crazy to freak out like that. Like go postal. Like he is.
I have never
That's
seen
fun.
that before. Usually when he's angry, his face just gets really tight and his lips start to shrink. And then this was he's about to go ape and jump on the table and start hooping and beating his chest.
Yep, there was some rage there for sure.
Holy crap.
Daddies and has been married twice before.
And you and you lick sniz.
Well, we all remember this.
Religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This week on Rumble.
I genuinely
Myron.
don't know what the counterculture dissident political movement is anymore or what it's even fighting for at this point. I cannot keep track of who is being paid by what government, even myself apparently, or who is accusing who of murdering Charlie Kirk. I am watching 50-year-old political influencers have flame wars over micro penises and blowjobs. Trump's converted to Islam, apparently. Meanwhile, the largest podcasters on earth can casually announce that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead because it was trending for 6 minutes on Twitter. True.
Okay, if we're being fair though, Joe didn't claim that he was dead. He said people are claiming that he is, right?
Well,
Like,
didn't he
there
say
wasn't-
Israel put out AI? When you say Israel, it sounds like the government of Israel when you phrase it that way. He must either he's really uncareful, which I would doubt, or he really believes Israel, the government, put that out.
Sure. I struggle with it because I don't, as much as Joe can be real weird and off in the grass at times, I've never watched him and thought he's programming people to think this direct thing, right? Usually it's like, oh, did you see this thing? It's really wacky. I don't know. You should look at it. Not, this is the truth of the matter. And if somebody's taking it that way, I think that that's on the person watching, not the person who said it. Like, right? Like he's not.
That
he's
is true.
Putting opinions into the ether, and if people are picking them up, then they need to be examining themselves, not thinking it's inherently true.
Yeah, I
He's a
remember when he
Canadian UFC fighter, like, or a jujitsu, like, I don't know.
I remember
Seems
when he
weird that-
first switched over to
Hear that.
Spotify, and they were
Mhm.
like, they had this whole contract thing. I remember they were talking about him. And the next time Alex Jones was on his Spotify thing, number one, they took down a few episodes. They took down the Milo Yiannopoulos episode. I think they took down the Sargon of Akkad episode. They might have taken down an Alex Jones episode or two. There were a number ones that were really interesting episodes. Gavin McInnes, they took off that episode when he moved over to Spotify. And only in like the recent, like a year or so, has he started putting things on YouTube, which might have been like a contractual restriction up until this point. And part of that, I think, had to do with the kind of content Spotify would permit, if I was just to be blunt with it. And the next time Alex Jones was on his show, when they were on Spotify, he had a list of questions for Alex Jones. Like it was not this free-flowing two buddies getting together thing anymore. It was a lot more restricted. It felt like an interview for a job at the library.
Really?
That's how compared to what it was before. When if you look at episode 911 of Joe Rogan Experience, it's Joe Rogan, it's Alex Jones, and it's Eddie Bravo, and you can guess how that went. in terms of conspiracy theory, levels.
Always mild, yeah.
But
That's crazy.
he might. I think he might be loosening the cork a little bit more recently. But I think Spotify changed it at least temporarily in terms of the ceiling.
Sure. See, this is something for me that I've really wondered, especially recently, is when people watch television, like shows, action movies, things like that, there's a suspension of disbelief so that you can get into the movie, right? Into the theme of the thing you're watching without completely pulling away from it. And with YouTube or other streaming platforms, I wonder about the level of critical thinking that happens, right? Like, we're here for entertainment. I've heard that from several creators all over that, we're just here to make entertainment for the people watching it. But where is the line between entertainment and whatever this is, right? Because
Third Eye Charlie stuff.
Right. If you're buying into what the person's saying and you've got an audience of that size, it stops just being a random entertainer that you can laugh at or point at or watch because it's enjoyable, and it now has become a programming mechanism for weak-willed or
psyop, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And
taking over our brains.
It's bizarre to me. It does make me wonder.
Right. Rumble's a psyop, trying to take over our children's mind with video games. Lauren something. That big red lipstick, trying to seduce all the men. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you remember when Lauren Southern used to be in the stream or in the show with Stefan Molyneux?
Oh, yeah. She did that tour in Australia. Yeah.
It was a long time ago. I used to watch that back then. And I'll say I did not see this coming. Whole from there to this, by the way.
Well, she has had quite a journey. The Rebel Media, and then the documentary, and then stopping of boats, and then having to fling with Destiny, and then saying I'm leaving YouTube again, and then marrying the guy did not work out, and she's got a kid, and not to be like Wendy Williams here, but she had a rough go, and now,
yeah. You don't think that's a lot of that's choice?
Oh, of course it's choice. I hold her completely responsible for all of that. Okay. I'm just saying, like, it's part of me in the back of my head, which hasn't said it yet, is why are you still here? The retirement option was the best option for you, and you're coming back probably because you can, and it's going to be sensational. If you say true things, well, hopefully other people will say true things too. I don't know what she has to contribute that other people of like-minded opinion wouldn't contribute at this point.
Yeah. I think she's a glaring example at times, of where feminism went too far, which is all of it. I think.
She is?
I don't think
where feminism went too far?
Yeah.
Because we put her on a pedestal because she women who say right-wing things, and therefore we feel virtuous
because she could put herself on a pedestal and garner all the views and following and still act a fool at times, and she just still gains from it more or less.
Speaking of which, you mentioned Stefan Molyneux. He's been a little more vocal on certain opinions lately that he wasn't before. I'm sure. Things that sound a little bit closer to Vox Day and Jared Taylor than I had seen him do before, but he has had those people on his podcast.
We do not live in the same atmosphere we did when he was streaming before.
That's true.
Things have changed.
Times they are changing.
Yep. All right.
Or not, whatever seems to make it to the top of the algorithmic slop heap is just reality for the day. There's no more journalism or fact checking or reading court cases. And at this point, I kind of just respect the people who have just embraced the accelerationism. The teenagers who are bone smashing and doing meth to mog on the internet like Clavicular, just full Zoolander reality. Or whoever put out this ad on the White House media team.
Here comes the heat from the USA.
What? That's about as
It's all
Trumpy
just
as it gets.
performance art.
Wow, that was
Not exactly the compassionate example we're talking about, or you know, the whole speak softly and carry a big stick. There was no soft speaking in there. That was about as like we came, we saw, he died as it gets in the Republican Party.
Sure, maybe. Sorry, it's just we may actually live in idiocracy, to be fair.
Yeah. Not. This reminds me of an episode of Reboot. And in that episode, what's his name? The kid character. He was like, he goes to like the main CPU and he wishes that he was the smartest person in mainframe, and he gets his wish, and the wish comes in the form of everybody else being dumber than he is, and he instantly regrets that monkey's paw wish.
Yep, sounds about right.
This point, idiocracy, and I've reached a level of internal acceptance, peace, that people don't want politics. They want entertainment, and so be it. But there's one part of this I can't just shrug at. One part that's kind of deeply personal, to be honest, and that is the rise of Christianity as a prop in this performance. Because right now, quite frankly, I am more likely to see someone with a cross in their bio calling someone a slur or saying God wants us to bomb the Middle East than saying anything remotely recognizable as the message of Jesus Christ. And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, because what has happened to so-called Christians online? Before I begin talking about this subject, I think it's important to tell you a bit about my history so you understand why I am particularly befuddled, bamboozled, dare I say, by what I am witnessing right now. I had a very, very Christian childhood. I mean, like, we were charismatic, miracles,
I had a very, very Christian childhood. I was the most Christian-y Christian.
and then she goes, first of all, she's Canadian, so whatever that means. I'm going to say this because it's a theory I'm running with, and I'm going to actually expand on it in the future. But where you live, where you're from, and the way things are done where you live and where you're from actually sculpt the way you believe differently than maybe traditional. This is true for like your political parties, your religious beliefs, all of that, because there's a different version or conception because of where you are and the culture of where you are. But she's a Canadian lady, and she was raised in an extremely evangelical Christian atmosphere. But I don't know that makes you the best representative for what Christianity is. Just going to throw that out.
No, and in fact, most of her time when she talked about her Christian walk throughout like 2015 onward till now 2026, obviously, you know, she had made hints that I'm not the best Christian, and she would like, and I always wondered what she meant by that. What was she doing behind the scenes? And now we know some of that. But before then, she was talking in terms of like being iffy on Christianity. It's like I raised that way, but I'm not sure. That's how it always sounded to me. And sorry, not Voltaire. We're not trying to dunk on you, not Voltaire. You are a dual citizen in our hearts.
Look, here's the thing for me, Voltaire, is that there are certain things that you don't see because you're blind to it if you've never been around it, right? So, for instance, a conservative party in one nation may be leftist to a different nation because of the difference in how they function. And the same is true for Christianity. There are certain things that the whole of Christianity may feel one way about, but because of where you're from, you have a completely soft, different version of it that you don't realize is different. You don't even know that it's different. And so as you can look online or have conversations with people, you still don't quite see it because you're still in the bubble that you're in. And I've seen this from like the Christian community no offense again, in like California will have a different threshold for certain things than say Texas or Montana or wherever it is. And because of that, there's distinct differences in the way people see the movement that they're a part of. And because of that, I'm going to say that her particular version of Christianity, and then on top of that being evangelical and Canadian, it probably shifts it more away from what we are traditionally used to in the US, is all I'm saying.
I agree.
So, yeah.
Prophecies, speaking in tongues. My dad literally worked for Kenneth Copeland when I was super little.
Holy
If you don't know who
crap.
that guy is, that's
Kenneth
like
Copeland, dude, Kenneth Copeland is a whack job. So this whole like this is not a grounded version of Christianity in any sense.
No.
So to say she was super Christian, well, she was super something. If her dad was into Kenneth Copeland, I am not surprised at the results. No, you know, this is not like I was super conservative, super principled, because when you have a guy who can make up whatever he wants and stamp the authority of God upon it, especially when it's as sinister as he is and as materialistic as he is, then there's like this super Christian label. Immediately, she torches that to the ground.
Look, I'm not going to make actual judgment calls, but if you look at that man and don't think, I think he's possessed, then maybe you have a problem. I'm just throwing it out there because that's how I've always felt about the dude.
Totally.
Like,
there
I see
is
the devil in man's eyes, okay?
There is somebody else's eyes looking through his eyeballs from behind his eyeballs.
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
Yes. Yep.
this dude. I have a core memory of being like X-Men tested for my ability to
Core memory.
speak in tongues at Sunday school and talking in gibberish so I didn't look like the only idiot who couldn't speak to angels. Then going home and thinking I was going to hell for lying. To my parents' credit, we left that church eventually. They had me and my sister quite young and didn't come from stable family backgrounds or traditions. So despite some of the weirder experiences I had in religious circles, I honestly feel incredibly lucky that I had parents who were trying to find structure and meaning in their life, even if it included a bit of theological stumbling in the dark. And in a way, you know, my childhood was...
Well, at least they left it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll just keep
kind
watching.
of cool because I got to do like a tasting board of all these different Protestant denominations, a few years at a Baptist church, a few years at a Mennonite church, evangelical, reform. I went to a Pentecostal school until I was 14. I attended Bible study well into my teen years. And then as I got older, I started encountering Catholicism and I attended Mass and learned why my parents warned me to stay away from those Catholic bad boys. I'm just kidding. I love you, Catholics. On a serious note, my Achilles heel is clearly an obsession with a good romance.
I wonder if she's talking about like how Brittany Pettibone, her friend, found a good Catholic guy at some point. Anyway,
Told you. Feminism. I told you.
You know who else grew up in a Catholic school? Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II.
Of course. Of course.
So he knows all the Catholic lingo.
That's literally that's probably what she's even talking about right now. Partially. A roll in the grass with Destiny.
Romeo and Juliet story. Anyways, why do I say all of this? Why am I litigating my entire past? My point is, I have lived and breathed the Christian culture and tradition in the real world my entire life. I've been...
Sounds like you've been confused.
False. You have lived weird offshoot versions of Christianity, and you are now claiming that you know the core tradition of Christianity based on the weird, funky ways you were raised or things you got into. For me, I can't trust anything she says on that note at that point, right? Like, to me, that's like, you're making a claim, but how? I don't see it from you. I haven't seen it. I've never seen it from you. And you're making the claim that you know it well, but your actions and your lifestyle and all the things you've done up until now have shown me that that's probably not the case. So we'll see.
And a part of these communities in multiple denominations and continents, I still have my adventures in Odyssey CDs. I am a true card-holding member of 90s Christian kids. And let me tell you, not once, not a single one of these churches I attended over my 30 years on this earth, not one sermon, youth group, or even home group, have I heard a single word that has sounded anything like the version of Christianity I see on the internet today. Never. Not even at the wacky prosperity gospel churches I've gone to. What is going on? So
this is her judgment from what she thinks it should be, is my guess.
Yeah, so there is a way to understand what she's saying charitably in terms of like these are up and down the common principles of the church. I mean, it depends on where she's going. It depends on where she's going, because she could totally use that in the legitimate criticism of Christianity, so-called, on the internet.
Sure, she could. We'll see, I guess.
One of the most prominent voices I see online claiming to represent Christians on the internet would not just be reprimanded by church leadership, but like physically removed from the building for some of the things they flippantly say on a daily basis. I sure as hell never heard Larry the Cucumber utter the word femoid, slut, body count, and you know damn well Mr. Whitaker would never. So I'm pretty confident this stuff is not coming from the church culture or the community I grew up in. So today, I'm going to try. I'm going to put in an honest to God effort to answer why it is that the average person's perception of Christians online is this. My favorite part of the Bible is where Jesus says to log online and call people slurs all day. I'm going to be real. I don't think the majority of people Christ posting all day, building up this reputation, are connected to actual Christian communities in real life at all. Communities who tend to be the backbone of an enormous amount of charity, community life, and quiet service, everyday acts of kindness. And you know what? I think Christians deserve better. I think they deserve better than having their faith publicly worn like a skin suit by political.
Look, I think she doesn't have enough legs to stand on to make the claims she's making. And that harms her criticisms of anything that could even be remotely true. Right?
Yeah. She does. By her, like, if she did a public confession of some of the things that she'd been up to and said, I've been a fraud, I've been living a lie, these are all these things, I completely, she doesn't owe that to us per se. She could just slink away and then just never upload again, delete her channels and all that kind of stuff and go work at a Walgreens. But she's not doing that. She's coming back on a soapbox. And right. I don't know where she thinks that we're here to gather around that soapbox. I might even agree with everything she says in this video, except for the fact that the only saints she mentions are Mr. Whitaker and Larry the Cucumber. When it comes to church history, apparently that she didn't spend a whole lot of time at that Reformed church. But I totally agree with you that there's a proverb that says that something like a word of wisdom in a fool's mouth is like a bad tooth or a limp leg.
Yep. So part of the issue with me here is also there's obviously her lifestyle, all the things that she has done and said and been, but now it seems like as much as I could agree, she's also like pushing a I don't know how to even word it. She's pushing a virtue for virtue's sake rather than for Christ's sake into the public. And it's like, okay, but where are you coming from on this? Like, what foundation do you have to even speak to or judge the others who are doing this because of the way that you are acting and have acted all throughout your time? And it then also, because of who she is and what she's done, feels like pop shots at people she stood against in the past, rather than an actual criticism of their actions in the world.
Are you saying if she really thought this way, she had the opportunity to say it before, but because it wasn't conducive to her grift or whatever you want to call it, that she didn't do it?
Yeah.
And now she's doing it because she sees there is a market gap?
Well, look at the tension online. There's everybody at war with everybody all the time. It wasn't this way all the time. There used to be a point at which we were a little bit vicious, but not like crazy vicious. And now that's blowing up due to actual cultural change that we do see happening in the world. And so now that rift has gotten bigger and the fight has gotten stronger. So anybody who stands in the gap and generates more fighting is going to gain notoriety and views and an audience. And it seems like kind of funny that she would pop out at this very moment when that is at a heightened period or a heightened state.
So she's trying to just strike while the iron is hot, is what you're saying.
It feels that way to me. Yes.
Purely for the algo.
We'll see what happens, who she talks about and what she has to say about their actions, but it would seem that way, because if you want to gain audience and clout, as it would be called, you take pop shots at the big dogs and hope that somebody from their audience finds you appealing enough to also then follow you. And then you also gain relevance in the opposition side who hate that person already, and now you've already won favor with them. And it seems that may be the case with this. We'll see, again, who she strikes on and what she has to say about it, but it does seem a little advantageous to me. We'll see.
I don't know.
Performers and culture warriors looking for a moral costume design. And wait, I know what some of you may be thinking. What about you, Lauren? What damn moral authority do you have to jump in here and say anything about what Christianity actually is versus what it isn't? None. I have no moral authority. My life is a mess. I could sit here and I could tell you that I read my Bible, I pray, and I believe in God, and that would be true. But I could also tell you I haven't been to church in over a year. I have parts of my life in mind that do not line up neatly with scripture at all, and I question whether I should call myself a Christian at all. And that would be true too. So I'm not speaking from some holier than thou position. If anything, I think I have been directly involved in creating the current downfall of online Christianity, and thus feel uniquely qualified to critique it from a place of personal understanding, but also just observation of very real patterns and facts that anyone could recognize if they had the same information about scripture, which I just so happen to have, largely because, well, some of you were too busy spending your childhoods summoning demons with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I was out here clocking 200 hours in Captain Bible and the Dome of Darkness at 8 years old. 1995, absolute banger. Entire premise, not even kidding. You enter a digital dome that humanity has been trapped under by Dr. Genesis, who is a wealthy scientist guy. Anyways, the dome is full of robot demons who are programmed to lie to you about what the Bible actually says and to keep the population deceived. It's your job to enter the Dome of Darkness and have a good enough knowledge of the right verses and context to debate and debunk their nonsense to free humanity. And if they really get to you, you got to log off and sit in your prayer room to heal. I have been training my whole life to make this video. Because apparently, even though that game scared the hell out of me as a kid, it wasn't enough. Apparently, its entire premise was just going to become reality like 20 to 30 years later. And that's where we're going to go next. What went wrong? There's this really fascinating critique that Jordan Peterson makes about why he refuses to answer when people ask if he's a Christian. And it goes like this.
The question is almost always manipulative. It's not really a question. It's a veiled demand that I declare my allegiance in the manner they see fit at that moment. No, thank you.
Now, obviously, there are two ways to read that.
I mean, so there's a certain part of myself that's intellectual enough to say I understand where he's coming from on the note of the acceptance of saying I am a Christian or I do believe in God, the Christian God of the Bible, is leaving space for yourself to be attacked. And at the point that he was answering those questions, I kind of feel like he was very unsure of what he believed. And there was enough of him that did believe that he was a believing-ish person, but he still wasn't going to declare it. And then now I would say either stand in what you believe or don't, because there comes a point where you're just denying Christ at that point. If you're not willing to say, I am for him, then you're denying him to people at that point, I think.
And there's a way of denying him that uses his name. So, for example, if you still believe that he is just the mascot of these amorphous sort of ideals that fly around like ribbons through space, tied to nothing, that just go around, and we anthropomorphize these ideals, and we call the mascot's name Jesus, and it's put in literature, and it was done so beautifully and so harmoniously that Jung came to finally prophesy and decipher to us what it really means. If that's what he means by God, if that's what he means by Jesus, he's not a Christian.
Well, and it's really sad too, re-examination, because there's a part of me that's like, there is some brilliance in the things he talks about with scripture. They're freaking awesome. But those are like, I always, when I was growing up, or throughout my life, I guess I could say, there was a realization that there's like a layers to it. Like, it's really cool how it works. Like, it could be, it means this, and there's a historical reference and all of these things. And then there's a layer above that is like example for you in your life and a warning. And then above that, there's like a psychological thing there where there's a truism to it. And then above that, there's like, and I always thought that was super cool about any kind of scriptural teaching. Like, there's so many layers of it that are true in their value statement all the way up. And he does that somewhat, but also is denying it at the same time, which is it's like heartbreaking, actually.
Yes. He treats it like literature. He does the same thing with scripture that he does with Pinocchio. And like he deciphers brilliantly things from Pinocchio where most people are like, it's just a cartoon, bro. But he's like, no, the cartoon comes from somewhere. The imagination means something enough to somebody that they worked on it. And the fact that it means something reflects the fact that it means something means that the work that put into it reflects a reality in the creator's mind, the creator being, in that case, the cartoonist, the writer, whatever. And what they are illustrating is hitting on universal truths. But when he does it with the Bible, he divorces it from the real personal God that inspired the Bible through the writers he gave.
Well, that, and it may not even be the case that the original author or creator of the work knew they were placing those things in it. It just shined through because of human nature's, what could you call it?
It was human like it's the finger
in a patterned way. And because of that, you can see us in it, and you can see that there's an inherent connection to God in the world, even if you're unwilling to accept it.
Right. The fingerprint of human nature is in the works of human nature. All the ugliness, all the uniqueness, all the thoughts, all the feelings. And so he's picked up on that and laid it out very clearly for his students and for all of us. And again, same thing is true. Like, you could read scholars from the 1600s who could do the same thing, but they were able to apply it to your heart and to your life because God is personal. But he was doing that more on an intellectual study level that touched people, but did no more than a inspirational, motivational speaker would at the end of the day.
Well,
and did he change people's lives for the relative better? Yes.
Yeah.
But did he change it for the spiritual better? I would argue he changed it for the spiritual worse, because he blinded them to who Jesus really is and gave them a Jesus that doesn't exist, who's blocking their idea of the true Jesus because they think they've got it, and they got it better than the church, because unfortunately the church in America culture has been in shambles. Kenneth Copeland is one such brand of how it's in shambles.
Well, I think that's the danger of hyper intellectualism, is you can understand things at the mind or at the thought level, and the truth of it escapes you because you focus. It's kind of like knowing you've done wrong and feeling you've done wrong. You can know it without feeling it, and without that feeling, maybe something's missing there. So I definitely see that. And let's see where she goes from here, because she just used that as her underlying.
A more cynical reading would be, I don't want to lose my Christian audience, so I'm going to avoid giving a firm answer. And that is entirely possible. But there's also a more charitable reading, and honestly, one I deeply understand. Whenever you are asked about your faith in media, politics, or online discourse, people don't really give a shit about your actual spiritual life. They're more interested in hearing whether you will publicly signal membership in their group. They don't want to know what you believe. They want reassurance.
I'm going to say this for myself. That isn't the case with me. I'm asking because I want to know where you stand. That's it. Because
you
from
are.
there, we have conversations.
Yeah, I would
Just
say
throwing it-
you are, because you're honest about this kind of stuff. When you do it, you're honest. But when the media does it, obviously they don't care. They're doing it in a large grand tapestry of strategies.
That's true. That's fair.
That Peterson is on the team or that I'm on the team, a clean friend-enemy distinction, which is where a lot of online Christianity has gone wrong, in my opinion. It's functionally become team sports, us versus them. Are you posting Christ is King? Do you have the cross emoji in your bio? Do you hate those muzzies too? Did you hit like and subscribe to Save the West? Also, donate to my fundraiser if you love Jesus. Do you see the problem here? Like, everything is now being utilized for what I've seen referred to as the culture war cinematic universe. What is supposed to be a deeply personal, spiritual, and contemplative experience is being monetized, mass-produced, and used for the purpose of politics. And I'm not saying this hasn't been done before in history. Obviously, the church has been corrupt before, but it's taken on a whole new form in the era of the internet algorithms, AI, and bots. And I think people first started getting really uncomfortable with this new era of overtly political religiosity after Charlie Kirk's murder, which was this landmark emotional moment for a lot of people, myself included. But then there was the twist. Because immediately following this tragedy, what I would have imagined should have been a somber ceremony became this insane political spectacle with fireworks, repeated references to God, all between political campaigning.
We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism tomorrow.
On top of this, you also just had a whole strange genre of deification that happened where politicians and commentators were saying Charlie Kirk was a saint or that Jesus Christ was asking for his autograph in heaven.
So their legacy grows, and Charlie's will too, beyond his wildest dreams. And where Charlie is right now, he is fine. I picture God asking him for his autograph.
I would say if Charlie Kirk
Okay, that guy is an
lived in
atheist.
biblical times, he'd have been the 13th.
Who, Gutfeld?
Gutfeld, yeah, he's an atheist. So it's weird coming from him too.
Well, it makes sense, honestly.
True.
Because there's no reverence there. You're not going to care that you're being irreverent at all, you know.
Yeah, just still stay in your lane.
Well, fair.
He'd have been the 13th disciple.
Matthias,
The whole
whatever.
thing was just weird, man. It was just weird. And that's not even touching on the Facebook boomers and their AI posts.
Sometimes I fall to my knees and pray.
Oh gosh.
Come, Jesus, come.
What's the second commandment again?
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Are you for real? Are you for real? Oh my. Kennedy was cheating on his wife. You think he's in heaven? Adulterers do not inherit the kingdom of heaven. Anyway.
Can't make a claim. Oh my gosh.
A doge? For real?
Worst of all, though, by far, was when all of this amalgamated into a political pressure campaign, forcing people to fall in line. You saw mass statements that if your church didn't mention Charlie Kirk, you had to stop attending it. Or if you thought any of this was just kind of weird, how dare you criticize a grieving widow? Not only are you a bad...
I'm going to say I'm kind of blessed on that because I stayed out of I'm not on Facebook watching stuff or looking at things. I'm not in the freaking public culture all the time like that. So
Yeah, I don't want to know. Like whatever
I'm
she's
happy
doing
I
that's
live out in the woods.
right. But whatever she's doing that's weird, I just don't want to know. I don't even want to pay attention. I don't even want to get curious about, oh, what is she up to? She did this. That's weird. Or did it? And then coming up with ideas like I either all I'm gonna do is look at things for hours and say, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird over and over, or I'm going to actually do something productive with my time because I'm not going to save the world from whatever diabolical plot that they're thinking that Erica Kirk is up to. I mean, if you want to give a charitable interpretation, it's she might be an extraordinarily tough person who knows that if she acts like anybody else would have acted in that kind of situation, then it would cause no confidence, obviously, in TPUSA. But from what I'm hearing, TPUSA is having, it's finding the end of its rainbow, as it were, lately.
Yeah. I don't know them, so I can't make any claim one way or the other, but
I don't know.
It's weirdness.
Republican, you're a bad Christian. And I think for a political movement, the dissident right-wing sphere.
That statement, though, I don't know how you couldn't say that. Like, if you're siding with the left, you're siding with, like, most forms of evil that there are in the world today. Like,
right.
Unaliving children and divorce and sex work online and, like,
transforming.
All of it. Like, all of it is wickedness all the way down. And, like, I would have to agree that I don't know how you could be a Christian and be on the left and stay in that. Yeah. No. So, I don't know.
Who are generally suspicious of any sort of cultural pressure to fall in line, especially post-COVID and lockdown. This kind of put people into conspiratorial hyperdrive, which created the likes of Candace Owens' super schizo theories becoming viral sensations, which, by the way, I beg of you, if you have fallen down that rabbit hole, just take a minute to actually read things like the Macron court case filed against her for defamation, because it is wacky how much she's just straight up inventing. And the same goes for the Charlie Kirk situation.
And we are definitively getting closer to what took place on that day. And we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close.
Oh my
We're getting close. Very close. We're inching ever closer. We are close. And we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close.
But don't worry, guys. She's getting close. We're going to have the answers, the real answers to Charlie's killer soon. Seriously. I promise you, you are allowed to think firework funerals are cringe and weird without insinuating Erica Kirk of having been involved in her husband's murder. There is a middle ground there.
Okay, I'm going to step back from that for a second. First of all, it wasn't his funeral. It was not like his burial at the casket.
Right.
This was an after memorial. So there's actually a difference there. And she's conflating the two to make it seem grosser on purpose. Now, is there stuff that was over the top? Sure. But the claim is weird to conflate the memorial service with the celebration of life with the actual funeral service, right?
Yeah, definitely an overstep in phraseology there. It wasn't like there was Donald Trump and he's got the last handful of dirt and he throws it on top of the shell of the casket. That's not what's going on. But
and fireworks while he goes into the ground, and like that's not what was happening.
Right. Yeah, definitely a difference between a televised memorial service with tons of invites and what's probably a pretty private, exclusive funeral, if I had to guess. But I don't have those I don't have those notes of info.
I don't either. But for me, this is, you asked before about my debating. That's partially like I'm paying attention to actual words, because words have meaning and they can be used in very subtle ways to have extreme meaning. And so I catch it a lot in things like this where I'm not sure if it was purposeful and subtle or if it was a slip and not even knowing what you're saying. But with somebody like her, I kind of feel like it was purposeful.
I was going to say, especially if you've been around Stefan Molyneux, who is going to hang on your every word for making arguments. and she was very close to him at some point.
Yep. It's why she picks the rhetoric she does. She's very aware of what she's saying and how she's saying it. I know this for a fact.
It's a good observation.
But back to what I was talking about. It wasn't just the conspiracy stuff that came out of all of this. I find that whenever people try to mandate something as holy or sacred that's just human, there's always a backlash of mockery. Like you saw this with land acknowledgements. There's no drunk driving on stolen land. And as for people feeling forced to mourn Charlie Kirk, well, we saw the result of that.
To my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
The heck?
We need to go now. The deep state.
Why does he look like J. Jonah Jameson mixed with Mustache Man?
I don't know. This is
what is going on?
Weird as shit.
They're scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Go where? It's 4 a.m. Nigga, what the fuck?
Antarctica.
What in the world?
Oh no!
Home.
Oh my god.
Hollow Earth?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel.
Mongolians?
Regardless of all the mockery and backlash, though, a ton of political capital was gained through the pushing of this seemingly holy mandate that came about post Charlie's death. And the administration, as well as infinite podcasters, are now continually using this language and pressure of who is on God's side, and thus which side is God on.
You know why we have to do all of this with TSA? It's because of Muslims. Muslims always mess things up.
Powered by Jesus Christ.
Huh?
Even Trump's new spiritual advisor has compared.
What?
Okay, does she not have a point? She has a point. This
She
is
does
ridiculous.
have a point.
This is ridiculous. This is
making stupid claims.
It's blasphemous, sacrilegious, and I don't think she's. I would like to. Again, you bring up a good point about the definite misuse of the word funeral, which could be dishonest, or you could attribute it to stupidity, but that doesn't seem totally reasonable. I would venture to guess that these videos she's showing are not things she had to dig that have like 15 views. These could have been widely shared by boomers all over Facebook, unironically, because we all know that boomer memes are they're more ubiquitous than they should be. I mean, just look at Minions, for example. But this is, I'll take 10,000. I hate Minions. I don't hate much, but I hate Minions. I'll take 10,000 Minions over what I just saw.
Yeah, that was something.
The AI was so bad, I thought Charlie Kirk was Ben Shapiro when it was the guy in the bed.
Yeah. Man, beware the heart, people. Beware the heart.
Trump to Jesus Christ himself.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life.
Oh my gosh.
You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
Truth is, with how much of the US population identify as Christian and how much charitable donation Christians give, religious signaling is just the way to go if you want money and power, unfortunately. Or even, say, justification to start a war, to start bombing countries.
Almighty God, who trains our hands for war and our fingers for battle, you who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, by the blast of your anger, let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind.
Now listen, I am no fan of the Ayatollahs. But one of the biggest reasons I'm not a fan of them is because they use a religious mandate for political oppression. They strongly believe in Sharia law, and just recently they killed people by the tens of thousands for protesting, hanging teenagers in the street who oppose them, and claiming, would you believe it or not, that it's God's will. So no, a politician just telling me God wills it is not a very convincing argument, given they've done this since the dawn of time to justify infinite horrendous behavior. So how do we tell who is actually speaking God's will and who isn't? How do we discern? Well, from a Christian perspective, we've been given some pretty good clues in the Bible, which clearly no one on Twitter actually reads, because if your only exposure to Christianity has been recent online discourse, you might assume the greatest enemies of Christ were OnlyFans girls, Democrats, and children making makeup tutorials on the internet, when in reality, his main conflict was repeatedly with a group called the Pharisees. The Pharisees were a religious movement in first century Judea known for taking religious law extremely seriously. And to be fair to them, they were not cartoon villains. They were often highly disciplined, highly educated, morally serious people trying to preserve religious identity under political pressure. The problem is that, according to gospel accounts, many of them became obsessed with the appearance of righteousness rather than the substance of it. I'm reminded of when Jesus heals a man on the Sabbath in the Gospel of Mark, and the Pharisees go, actually, you're not supposed to heal people on the Sabbath. That's against the rules because we're not supposed to do any work on the Sabbath. And Jesus is like, guys, the entire point of the Sabbath is to rest, to become closer to God and cultivate holiness. And helping someone in need is something that draws you closer to God. The point of the Sabbath is not the Sabbath itself. It's a means toward love, justice, and mercy. So basically, half the New Testament is just Jesus correcting these nerds for missing the actual point of everything.
It's a lot more nuanced than that.
Knowledge as a tool for
that's
So part of it was also them adding to the law. And Proverbs 30 says, do not add to his words or he will rebuke you and prove you a liar. And so that's exactly what Jesus did. And they were liars. They were hypocrites. Matthew 23 is all about that. And he says, how will you not escape the sentence of hell? Now, it is true that they were not all cartoon bad guys in the sense that I remember a Pharisee did invite Jesus over to his house to eat with him. And there were instances like that. However, the thing with the Pharisees obviously was the hypocrisy and the fact that they put loads on people that they themselves were not willing to lift a finger to bear themselves.
Well, they're still humans, right? They're still people. Yes. Now, the ideology of a wicked ideology pushed by people is going to be stood against, right? So they're like going to somebody's house who is a Pharisee who's pushing things that they shouldn't be, still makes sense for trying to get them turned around. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much more to it than just what's being taken, I guess. Like, it's
oversimplification.
Right?
But she's been to so many churches. Remember, she is a scholar of Christianity because she has seen all the denominations. So, yeah. I mean, it's if she's going to open up theology, she better do a really rich job of it. But, I
just don't know where she would be getting any of it from because her initial claim is that her experience has given her this. So if that is the case, I've got to wonder, like, are you basing this on your experience and your reading of it? Because whilst you may have some point there, you're also missing a bunch. And is it proving your point, I guess? We'll see where she goes with it because she's brought up the Pharisees for good reason. I'm sure she's going to link in the people that are doing these things to the Pharisees, probably, would be my guess.
Yeah, we'll see how she does that. Usually the Pharisees are misused for people who are, called tone policing, or people who are prudes, or people who want to have decent manners and social norms or something like that. And then people that you're squares, it's usually people who want to push back against formalities.
That, yeah, I was going to say that, or holding too fast to traditions that are not specifically indicative of Christ's teachings, right?
Like rock and roll music, or the length of a woman's sleeves on her arms, things like that.
Right. Well, it's either the people who tone police, or it's the people who are overboard on the things that weren't specifically pushed in scripture for tradition's sake. It's like those two things I see, they're like diametrically opposed on the scale. Like one group will call that group Pharisees, and then this group over here will call that group Pharisees, and for opposite reasons, as if the Pharisees could be both at the same time.
Right. Yeah,
So-
Pharisee. Yeah, they had their own traditions. That was the main thing. They had their own traditions of men. They did not understand the scriptures. They did understand them in the sense that they were able to teach them, but they put themselves on par with the scriptures, with their traditions, and tried to lord that over other men. And that was one of the big things that Jesus criticized about them, and of course the hypocrisy.
Authority rather than inner transformation. And that is why some of Jesus' harshest language is not aimed at obvious sinners, but at highly respectable religious people who had learned how to weaponize virtue, which is
False lady, they would also be sinning in that case, so it's still aimed at sinners. Sorry.
awkwardly relevant, because once you start noticing that pattern, you start seeing why that conflict still matters now. Okay, I love that song. Sorry. Unfortunately, the modern Pharisees are a lot less interesting, well-read, and respectable than the historical ones. They are largely influencers, partaking in something I've seen referred to as based signaling. It's essentially the right-wing version of virtue signaling. Richard Hanania wrote a scathing article last year called The Based Ritual, in which he plays out a fictional but on-the-nose conversation between right-wing political types at a Capitol Hill bar, who are repeatedly trying to one-up each other in how transgressive, cynical, and ideologically provocative they can sound, using increasingly extreme takes as a form of in-group status competition rather than genuine argument or any substantial belief. Now, while it's not a one-to-one comparison to Richard's article, the practice of based signaling is something I understand very well. Why? Well, of course I know her. She is me. Take a look at Exhibit A here. Look at that sick Deus Vault sweater.
There's
Look
Faith
how
Goldie.
incredibly based I am. Forget about a tiny cross necklace. In fact, forget about going to church at all. Instead, I'm going to wear a giant sweatshirt with a Jerusalem cross and post it on social media. Do you get it? Because that's what the Crusaders wore, and they had swords and they killed their enemies. And I'm going to Slav squat because that's a popular meme at the time. Please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb of likes. One thing I can assure you is that God was not considered or involved at any point in the process of making this image. I am signaling to the people in my peer group at the time that I am just so cool. So cool. I mean, look at this. I used to wear this to protests. What is going on here? What in the heresy is happening? Just embarrassing behavior.
An icon helmet.
And don't get me wrong, to this day, I'm not above sitting in bed and liking a based King Baldwin meme. Those epic Save the West edits, it's all very intoxicating. I get it. It tickles the dopamine receptors, but the based internet Christian stuff has absolutely nothing to do with the soul or any sort of real spiritual journey. And pretending it does is bad. It's not good. In fact, I think it's the culprit.
What'd you say?
I would say that's true, because what you're doing is you're using biblical imagery to amass an opposition against something. It has nothing to do with spreading the gospel. It has nothing to do with we need to, submit to God. We need to commit ourselves to prayer and fasting. And not that I'm saying I'm fasting, although I should be. But what I'm saying is it's just the function of the imagery is like a political campaign or like some kind of cause-based protest or movement, things like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like what Jordan Peterson does with psychology, where he wraps religious imagery around it, but this is just cultural war stuff that could be from anything.
I would say yes and no, because if we're honest with ourselves, we should be seeking to shift culture.
Oh, I agree. The question is, are we shifting culture because we're spreading memes and people agree with individual positions divorced from Christ like Jordan Peterson does? Or are we shifting culture because people are actually getting saved? Now, I agree that we can use both, but here's the problem. Where's the emphasis going to be? Because you cannot serve two masters. Either you're going to have faith in your political push and then you'll reap what you sow, which is merely politics without an actual change, and then you have a dead church at best, or you have people who are actually changed by God because the gospel is being spread and you're emphasizing the power of God to change people like they did in the first Great Awakening or the second Great Awakening.
Sure. I see that. There's also a certain level of pressing back against the advance of something that seeks to destroy. And I that's been one that's been, I don't know, I'm still juggling the thought of it. So I guess I won't comment fully, but
yeah, well, I agree with both that you have to push back politically. It's not spiritual to just say, I'm going to pray and then not do anything. But what I'm saying is, if which I think if I'm being generous or at least charitable, I think is the word. I think what she's getting at is basically what she said, where it has nothing to do with the soul. It has everything to do with, I hate my opposition, and we're going to use these to rally the troops.
Right. I'm gonna have to think on it, and I'm gonna think about it.
For a good portion of people who seemingly crowdsource their religious beliefs, which then become indistinguishable from their political aims. Like when I see this video that says, "How far right are you?" and then this guy just posts clips of crusaders and Christians praying, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? Which crusades do you support? Do you know anything about them? I'm pretty sure the fourth one sacked Constantinople, a Christian city, looted churches, and killed fellow Christians. Excuse my language, but is everyone just now? Someone could just as easily make a clip with like, how far left are your views? And then based edit of Jesus washing people's feet. I have friends of mine who I know.
See, that's not inherently a leftist thing. Like, again, this is a weird, a diametric thing that she's done here. Again, where conservative means this thing and leftist means this thing. And they're all kind over there. And that then on the other side, it's over the top bad.
Yeah, I think what she's getting at is that the rhetoric on the left is most groomed, if you will, to charity, and they think that that's the most winning form of rhetoric. And so, washing of feet sounds like charity, sounds like compassion, sounds like it's victimization. And then there's Jesus who understands and has food with the prostitutes and tax collectors. And then the right is more like, we're defending our homeland, we're the strong, we're the mighty, we're the he-men, all that kind of stuff. And so both of them are misusing it. I agree with you that Christianity is always more associated with the right in any Western nation. I think what she's saying is that among the Kyla Turners of the world who try and flip it on its head and make it something liberal when they take verses out of context, the same can be done on the far right.
That's true. I guess that's true. It's just a weird opposition used that I don't quite appreciate in some way. But
because you think she's both sidesing it?
Yeah, partially. I think that she's not wrong in her estimation that could be used in that way, but it also, almost like a sleight of hand, says that the right doesn't want charity and goodness at the same time, because the two examples used is, we're going to use charity on the left and we're going to use combat on the right. And it paints a picture that that's what the right seeks and that the left seeks peace, at the same time as saying that it's manipulative, it's still the underlying message of the two. And that seems disjointed from reality to me. Enough that you could have said they could use because the two examples she's used is one, the combat thing, and then on the left, a kindness thing. It wasn't a direct one for one. Instead, it was a bad and a good thing.
Yeah. Well, I think the state
bad and bad.
I think the state of the dialogue right now is the right feels very much like we're kind of at the precipice of losing our civilization right now. We got open borders, we got the transing of the kids, we got all this kind of crap going on. I feel very isolated, and I feel like we need to push back hard. I think that's the main anxiety that's on the right. And then with the left, it's it's like the Satanic Temple. They're not really there because they're believing something. They're there because they're against something, right? They want to eradicate something. The left wants to eradicate Christianity. They want to, and if they can't eradicate it directly, they'll make it something different, like Kyla Turner with her Orthodox, progressive, Christian, woo-woo, whatever she calls it. But the rhetoric is, I think, on par with what I see, at least on the right, and then also on the left. But the left, to be fair, uses actual violence way more than the right does.
Yeah. Yeah, even though people will debate and say that that's not the case, it absolutely is in general. Although I fear that we're reaching a fever pitch, and at some point that's going to shift, and it's not going to be for the betterment of anyone involved.
No, who are the gun fans? That's the thing,
Well, there's fans of firearms on both sides. The problem isn't even that. The problem is if you have a side that is usually reserved, does not take to the streets, does not protest, does not fight back, thinks that we need to debate things out and have conversations, push to the point where they're willing to do the same thing that the other side is, then it doesn't even matter who's what. At that point, it's just mutual combat, and it's bad for everyone involved. Like, I promise, bad for everyone. That's a toppling of all systems. And I feel like we're ever increasingly pushing towards that. And regardless of whether or not it's what religion or that religion, it's the people involved. Just like what her complaint right now is against people who are claiming Christianity but doing other than Christianity. But I would say it's the heart of man, like everything. Like, guns aren't the problem in gun violence. It's the heart of the people using the gun. Right. Christianity isn't the problem. It's the heart of the people using it for ill intent. The same is true for every movement. The heart, what in Jeremiah it says that the heart knows only wickedness continually. Like, there's a truth to that, and the problem is always of the heart. It is not of the item external to the human. It's the heart of the man that is the wickedness.
Yeah.
And so where I understand where she's coming from, the call out that she's doing should be at dishonest, wicked people. And maybe her call out is that Christianity needs to stop people who are acting this way, but it isn't in the prerogative of modern day Christianity to even do that anymore. At least not in the Protestant side.
Yeah, well, that's why Rev Russ is around. And that's why, I wanted to do what I wanted to do similarly, Yeah. I don't know where Rev Russ is right now, but, he's around. That's why it's good to push back, especially, not only in the camp, but, also have a fair criticism that doesn't backlash. Like, right.
Well, that's why I'm saying this right now. Like, I don't think she was the right person to make this statement. While I can agree and understand that maybe she sees this as an issue, her being the one to speak out about it might just empower it rather than destroy it.
Like, it would encourage?
Yeah. Well,
Nico is saying, please explain. I don't know if he's talking to me or to you, but
I think there is a level of this, what she is doing, calling out the falseness of these people, which is going to prompt them to heighten their action even more and make fun of her in the same token. as they're doing this thing, because they're going to signal to anybody who's following whatever it is that's wrong that they're doing, that this is the idiot that's holding us back. This is the dummy who thinks she knows better. Look at her life. Look at all the things she's done. And she's going to come and call us out who are on a righteous mission. And on the opposite side, the other side is going to watch this and play it all over the place and say, see, this is what we're talking about. This is what's wrong with Christianity. We should tear it down to its roots and destroy it.
Yeah. So it's going to backlash in two directions is what you're getting at.
That's what I would see from it.
Gotcha.
We'll see, but.
So Nico says, I know Abe's mind. Please explain yours. So what I'm getting at is, to be honest, I've been listening to Abe, so I kind of lost track of what my point was. Abe, can you remember what I was getting at earlier?
Oh, you were talking about the Christian side, or the right side, feeling like we're at a tipping point and we're losing our country. And left is oppositional.
I think she was criticizing fairly the far right. Typically uses some kind of militia type of imagery to get their message out, and the far left is using some kind of compassion imagery to get the message out. That's what I'm saying. And so I think that her using that is fair. I understand what you're saying in terms of that it can look unfair, but I think in both cases she is using extremes, but her extreme for the left is not nearly as provocative, is what you're getting at. The example she used of how the left misuses scripture is not nearly as provocative as or scary as what she's saying what the right is up to. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of. I mean, she used like the marching of the Crusades, which is not directly scriptural or biblical. And then she turned and used the idea of Jesus washing feet for the left. So she's like using a non-scriptural event of the past of humans doing a thing. And then for the left, she equated Jesus washing feet as the thing they would use. And it's like, there's a weird, unbalanced thing that happened in that equation that she did. Right? Like she could use like Mother Teresa feeding people. She could use all kinds of things. Instead, she went to the example of Christ washing the feet of people. For the left, using that as manipulation, right? And for the right, she used the Crusades and the images of Jesus standing with his hand in the air.
Right. So Nico is saying, please explain yourself. I feel like I have. Is anything ambiguous to you, Abe? What I'm getting at, all I'm saying is I think she's fair about that, but okay, we can move on.
I don't think it's unfair. I don't feel like it's unfair. I just feel it's disjointed in a way that makes the left seem like in reality they are only seeking good and kindness. And that's how you would manipulate them, by using that image, and that the right is seeking warfare. And that's why you would use that image. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that may not be the case, but that's how it seems when I'm watching it. And if I was a leftist watching this, I would probably take it that way. That the left just wants kindness. And they want acceptance of people, regardless of who they are, and all of those things, whilst the right just wants to criticize and hate and destroy everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, paradigms, I guess.
Never grew up Christian, who don't attend church, who haven't ever read the Bible, who began putting crosses in their Twitter bios because they joined the political right. It's like a video game badge or something. And I love Crusader Kings. Okay, great game. Played a lot of it growing up. But holy LARP, what are we doing here? The anti-Catholic Tennessee congressman uses Catholic crusaders to argue for evangelical Protestant nationalism. I can't even begin to get into the denominational wars in this video, but why are politicians acting like this is Christian Comic-Con? I fear I have helped unleash levels of cringe into the world that I simply cannot.
I don't think she realizes it wasn't her who did any of this, but there's a level right now of people that are taking to a form of cultural Christianity because they see an ever encroaching march towards something.
Right. She talks of herself like she's the prime mover of it. Like she is almost solely responsible. What I've done, not what we have done 10 years ago, and I was a part of it, but what I've done.
Well, she already has made the claim that she started some of the culture war. It was mostly her who started the culture war. She's made the claim that she's the one who started Red Pill. It only exists because she started it. So, like, all of those claims are in her head, as she is the prime mover of all of these movements. She believes that. She's already publicly stated so. Which is probably why she's making this video, because she's coming back to speak on the movements she spawned, all of the different desperate movements fighting each other.
Her problem child.
Yeah.
And do. I have become cringe, the destroyer of movements. These people want all the clout of Christian signaling without any of the substance. As did I. But at least I was 20 and not an elected official at the peak of my doing this. Based signaling explains a lot. Why you'll see tons of political accounts using biblical references when they're talking about waging war or striking down sinners, who always happen to be political opponents and never themselves, by the way. But you'll never once see them reference, like, I don't know, the Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek, blessed are the merciful, blessed are the peacemakers, because it is politics first and religion as a tool. And when I say tool, I mean quite literally a tool. In fact, in August of last year.
Okay, I again, I understand where she's coming from partially on this, but if you're standing against an opponent who's pushing for abortion till birth, then they're actually evil. There's actually a reason to stand up against this person and keep them from getting elected at that point. So yes, it has gone too far. And also, yes, there is evil movements that should be stopped.
Right.
Would I put myself in freaking that position that guy did, even though he's not Christian, and show a Catholic crusader for himself? No, that's very odd behavior. But yeah.
Right. I think what she's getting at is, if you're going to use Christianity, use all of Christianity. If you're going to make it part of your messaging, don't use this imbalanced sort of approach. You have to use a whole approach. Otherwise, you're just stripping it for parts. It's kind of like how progressives will, strip things for parts and say, well, no, we're not for all these ugly things that they voted for 10 years ago. We're just for that, and they Mott and Bailey it. And I think what she's saying is, if you really revere God, you're going to give all the gospel. You're going to uphold all the principles. You're not going to hold up some principles at the expense of other principles. If I was to give a devil's advocate, well, whatever you want to call it, a charitable approach to what she was getting at here.
Right.
Now, I definitely don't think that she was doing that during her career. I think a lot of it had to do with exactly what she's criticizing now. And obviously, we all know where Faith Goldie went after Rebel Media.
Unfortunately, also, she has all that she's done to thank for her position, her wealth, her clout, her whatever that she has garnered throughout the years. Like the very thing that she is criticizing is what has made her what she is today. This is, I don't know. I'll keep playing it. It's just, something is off. Okay, something is off.
Nikita Beer, the head of product at X, tweeted out that the most common bot bio is...
Wait, something is off, and I will also say, yes, the culture has gone too far, to stupid places. I will say that there has been a disjointed, large portion of what would be called Christianity, even if it doesn't function as such, in the West for a long time, like longer than it should have been, without all who believe Christ is the Savior standing up and saying, stop it right now. This is not okay with any of us. So,
yeah, well, we don't stand up as a society anymore. And I think the term tone policing actually makes it worse, because if we stand up and say this is wrong, and we also use tone policing in our vernacular, in terms of like how people treat us, how people talk about us, how people think of us, and we are criticizing to levels of harshness that are unwarranted, and then that could also be a problem, I think.
Well, so this is something I've said in the recent past. Whilst tone policing is over the top most of the time, or a lot of the time, there is still a use for tone, and it actually does matter. It gets called out and acted like it's dumb far too often for my liking, because the only way I know you're angry is your action and your tone. The only way I know you're depressed and sad is your tone. Tone actually codifies the way we are communicating. And so absent tone, we don't know where we stand. So yes, there are people tone policing things way wildly beyond what they should be. And then there's also the fact that tone actually matters in too many cases for us to ignore it completely in the way that some seem to want.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And I hear what you're saying. Like, it's almost like a canceling effect on important things that should be said sometimes.
Yeah.
Or often.
Yeah.
Christian, father, love my country. So when I'm building up my argument in this video that a lot of people partaking in this based signaling are not Christians, I'm not even just saying they aren't Christians. Some of these posters, in fact, seemingly a majority of them, aren't even people at all. They're literally bots. It all comes full circle back to Captain Bible. We're fighting demon robots out here, and it is 64-year-old Bob who volunteers at the Salvation Army every Saturday getting the bad rap for it. Look at this post. It has 31,000 likes talking about how guys with the bio, husband, follower of Christ, girl dad, are out here tweeting some of the most offensive things you've ever seen. Just absolutely horrific stuff. Not good. But you know what? There are some real faces and names out here who are trying to claim or make it appear as though this is the real Christian tradition. Some who even claim to be pastors, who seem far more interested in the based ritual than the Beatitudes. Let's take a quick look at them.
Oh, Joel Webbin's the worst. I don't like Andrew
Part of
either.
why
But
I made this video is that for a long time, I honestly assumed that the nastier corners of online Christian content would stay where they usually live, buried in algorithmic side alleyways, just shouting at each other, mostly invisible to normal people. Then the other day, I saw that one of the people I think represents this modern Pharisaical version of Christianity most clearly had been hosted on the Joe Rogan Experience, which is, for better or worse,
I'm just going to be upfront about it too. She's already had bad blood with Andrew prior to this. So
I didn't hear about that. Where was that?
I don't even remember. I just know that there has been spats in the past. So there's a level of, is she doing it because she believes this, or is she doing it because she already has an existing distaste for the fellow? And she is like, yeah, I'm not going to get into other people's beefs. So, but
yeah, you don't have to.
Probably one of the most influential podcast platforms in the world. And at that point, I kind of thought to myself, all right, I really shouldn't just sit here in my little walled garden pretending that all of this corrects itself eventually, because this stuff is just not staying niche anymore. It's going mainstream somehow. If you don't know who Andrew Wilson is, he originally operated in the old blood sports Twitch debate world under the name Big Papa Fascist. He has since rebranded, but still runs a show called The Crucible. And in a religious context, that is a wild title to choose. In Christian language, a crucible is a severe trial, a fire that purifies the character. So if you are branding your platform as essentially God's forge for moral purification, you are making an enormous claim. And quite frankly, if you are going to market yourself like that, you should probably represent God well, which, when it comes to Andrew Wilson, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide.
Me, I'm a Christian. My entire ethical worldview comes and is sealed, right? It's monolithically sealed.
And as I said at the beginning of this video, I don't think I represent Christianity well. But the difference is, I'm not calling myself a crucible for God while coming across like a Pharisee so aggressively on the nose that I think even an atheist screenwriter making satire would be told to tone it down.
But Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them. Oh, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
They bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their pussy. And that, to me, is why, and when asked This is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring shit to the table. Good. What do you bring to the table besides your vagina? Give me a real example. If you want a man to take care of you for the rest of your life, what do you bring to the table except your vagina and a bunch of baggage?
First of all, I gotta be honest. I don't know who is still out here listening to this kind of content in the year 2026. I remember that viral meme from years ago,
Tons of people.
mocking Vice for being so predictably edgy.
Plenty, because the culture is failing.
Right. And I would say these criticisms are also legit because you would have to ask yourself, Jesus said many harsh things, but he said it for a spiritual benefit. I don't think there was any spiritual benefit to those things Andrew was saying whatsoever. I think there was, if anything, if people believe that he is representing Christ in that, there's a detriment in that, because if they take it to heart, it's going to harden their heart more.
Well, okay. I see this in like a whole lot of ways, actually. So there's a certain level of chastisement in a public forum in order to make the person realize how they look to everyone else. And then, like, one of the most common claims is cussing, and they conflate cussing and cursing, and there's a whole big thing with that. But even if we wanted to, we could take it to, let no idle words leave your mouth, and unwholesome talk and all of that, right? So that's a whole thing. The claim would be, is it worth it to call out the wrongs in society in a fashion that will gain the attention of people, that will speak to or through the degeneracy that exists? Because if it is the case that no one's going to listen, so long as you're kind and trying to tell them that there's forgiveness in Jesus and all you have to do is turn away from that thing, then I have to ask, like, what position do you take after that?
Yeah, well, I think there's a threshold before saying that you have nothing to offer except your vagina and things like that. I think that you can get the same things across. You can be tough and that kind of thing, and not calling them old bags and reducing them to all that kind of stuff. Now,
yeah, but if the whole time in the episode prior to that they were saying how hot and special they are and men should bow to them and give them everything because they are women, then
yeah, I can tell somebody that they're not anywhere near half as attractive as they think you are without insulting them, because that in itself is not an insult.
Is it going to land?
What do you mean by land?
Are the people going to be affected by it in any meaningful way if you say it in a kinder fashion? Because some of the people that are being spoken to this way are people who are more than willing to speak that way to you and are very unaffected by any words you say to them other than something that shocks them in a fashion that will prick them in a way that will make them go, wait a minute, what?
Wake their conscience. Wake their conscience.
I don't know about maybe prick the conscience, but I think that that's not the position. I think the position is more along the lines of shake them out of their freaking delusion just enough that they can actually question, is this what I'm doing something that's good or something that's even seen in the world as good? Am I really seen that way? Right? Because some of the time the shock isn't there. They've never heard these things. They've only heard people be mean, but never something that would make them question themselves in a way that they're like, wait a minute, I never thought of that. Right?
Yeah, I still think there are ways to do that are blunt, that do hit, that don't have to make him bleed. There is a way to hit that stings but doesn't bleed. That's a hard way. Again, I don't have a whole dissection of how to do that in each situation. And when it comes to specifically, Andrew has said that he has had talks with people outside of whatever, and that he keeps up with them, and then they go to church. And if that's true, I mean, depends on the church, obviously. I don't need to get into all that. But at the same time, being charitable to what he has said and not calling him a liar in those instances where he has put people in a relatively better direction. I would say that at the same time, there are probably more people watching that were affected for the negative than otherwise. And even the people in the room, like when Jesus was saying, to the guy who said, "Let me go home and bury my father before I follow you." He says, "Let the dead bury their own dead." Right? That's a very hard saying, but it doesn't demean anybody's humanity in the same way of like just calling them an old bag as if they were something like as a commodity or along those lines. So or what do you have to offer besides your vaginas and things like that?
Well,
So
they're sex workers, and that's what they're selling, right?
but they were talking about marriage. So I agree that that's what they're selling. And then as prostitutes, that's disgusting. And that needs to be called out. They need to be called what they are in terms of that. But
that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the sense of pride that is holding them up, thinking that they have higher worth. But the higher worth that they currently hold is because they sell their sexual acts. And if that is the case, then he's saying, what other thing can you even do that makes you worthy to a man who would want to build a family with you? Because you've placed your pride and your worth on that thing.
Okay, so what you're saying is this was clipped out of context.
I'm saying that if we're talking about this specifically, whatever, generally speaking, these are sex worker females who will rate themselves way beyond what we should have some humility, but they don't have humility. Their pride is in the work that they're doing that is devoid of morality in any way. And then on top of that, they have derived worth through this thing that makes them feel that they are owed more and good should come to them. How do you wake that person from that super when they're steeped completely within it?
Yeah, I believe there are ways you can still be blunt and not have to be insulting. For example,
So
when Jesus was with the prostitutes, was he talking like that and calling them old bags and all that kind of stuff? I don't think he was doing that so much. In fact, when you read, I think it's even Romans 3 that says that it's God's kindness that leads people to repentance. However, there's also a thing as pearls before swine. So in that case, I would say that these people, if anything, the evidence is that they're swine. And if you're going to talk to somebody, you got to make sure they're listening. And if they're not listening, it's not worth talking.
Right. So I would say we're all going to have a different approach to how we interact with people, right? And I would say, like, if I'm having a conversation and it's you and me, right? And you and I are conversing back and forth, and I'm telling you something you're doing is messed up and wrong. And you just kind of are like, yeah, but it kind of works for me. So I'm just going to keep doing it. And I'm just, it's okay. It's not, you do you, I'll do me. I'm just going to keep doing this bad thing. And I'm like, dude, listen, you dummy. What you're doing is wrong. And you're like, yeah, but it's okay. I'm just going to do me. It's all right. Yeah. And it gets to a point where finally I'm like, listen, asshole, you're all effed up. And then I tear in like full blown the way that Andrew just did. Am I doing wrong in that moment? I
think there is a mix. I think the motive is right. I think the method to shock is correct. As far as the verbiage, I don't have enough evidence to say that it was justified. I'm not there is a verse, Romans 12:14, that says, "Bless and do not curse. If people mistreat or malign you, bless them, always speaking blessings, not cursings." So when it comes to that, that's what comes to mind for me. Obviously, we can get to the parsing. Huh?
What does cursings mean?
Yeah, so in the cursing, it would be a speech of evil against the person.
Wishing ill of, right?
Yeah.
Or actually intending the ill of. So like this is one of those things where I struggle to see. I used to believe firmly that like cussing was outside the realms of anything Christian, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that to a point, there is a truth in that. Because of your upright action, people will notice there's truth in that. But at the same time, it also isn't like the same as we think of it in modern times completely, right? And so I struggle because it's not like they're going to use the modern day curse words in scripture.
I agree. There's a gray area. I'm just saying, like, in principle, it's wiser to be further away from the gray area than otherwise. So even if I'm
Correct.
wrong and I'm being legalistic, or I'm just introducing rules that aren't really there, that are just in my mind, it would still be a good practice that if it is understood to be a curse word or a cuss word or however we want to categorize it, that it would be far better in the calculation to pull that back. Now, I think there are ways to be harsh is the wrong word, but blunt doesn't quite do it. But I know what you're saying. There are ways where you have to be alarming to people in that sort of thing. But I think the most effective thing is to have them focus on their conscience rather than have them focus on how dumb they are or how ugly they are and things like that. So your point of focus in how you approach correcting them matters. And so if it's a contest of we're better than you or you're worse than us or look at all this or that, it has to be with some instruction of direction for that person and not merely I'm going to tear you down and leave you there, but it's like this is the path, you're not doing it, you're on the path to death. This is the way to live.
Right, but have you watched through some of these episodes where he does tear them apart this way? Generally speaking, by the end of that episode, he's explaining why these things are wrong, why you should seek Christ, why what they're doing is detrimental to themselves, to the future, to their lineage if they ever decide to have them. Like I totally get where you're coming from. And there's a level for me, because you see how I act and react within my own boundaries, right?
Yeah.
I don't act that way. And for me, that's a line that is too crass, too over the line. But I'm not going to tone police his action in those moments, because I will say there is some effect. There is a level of people pulling away from those things, in like recoiling from the evil they are committing because they have been hit in a way that is a little bit of a wake-up call. I'm not going to say that it happens every time, but none of us can reach out and actually get a reaction from people every time in our words, in our argumentation. But I'm also not willing to completely condemn the work that he seems to try to do. I can say, yes, there are times I think he's gone overboard. Sure, for sure. But at the same time, if there are good effects that come from it, and I can't find directly why this is wrong, then it's just my feeling of he's going too far based on my internal, that's too mean, that's too far. And so I'm careful when I actually jump out and say, wow, that's, if I don't have actual underlying proof, like this was too far, you're wrong to do this thing, then I usually go, okay, it doesn't seem very cool to me. I wouldn't do that. But also, what effects is he getting? I don't know the private life. I don't know all the inner workings of what's going on outside of that. You know what I mean? But I do know he sat afterwards with some of these women and had long conversations because of some of the stuff that woke up in them because of what he said.
I'm willing to grant that. But at the same time, again, with like Romans, you go to Romans 3:8, it's like, do not do evil so good may come. Now, of course, we can fixate on the word evil and say, oh, were you saying that he's evil and he intends their ill? He may not be thinking about like that necessarily. Like, for example, if you saw his talk with Lauren Chen, where she is humble, she is listening, she is as good faith as can be, and he's still like bloody stump beating her, even while she's listening and admitting that she could be wrong and she's just wants to know and all that kind of stuff. There are times like that where it's like, okay, but this is his MO. We're kind of, I think he's actually reined it in more recently. I think he's actually cleaned up his act a lot more. Like we saw with Joe Rogan, like we saw with Trigonometry. His personality now is much more measured and toned down than it was before. And that's better, I would say. And not because I'm some kind of school marm who's going to like hit him on the knuckles with a ruler. But in terms of like the messaging, if people understand that to be incongruent with the message of Christ, or can find that as an easy level of mockery for Christians because they correctly recognize that as incongruent with Christ and the teachings of the Bible, then it is an occasion for blasphemy against God. And that's one thing that I would want to avoid for sure.
Wait, any incongruence in a person who is a professing Christian is blasphemy against God? Is that what the claim
No, I'm not
is?
saying that it is blasphemy, but one of the things that we're instructed to do is be obedient. So, for example, wives, obey your husbands, that the Lord may not be blasphemed. Right. So if we have wives who say they're Christians and they don't obey their husbands, then that's better. That's a defense against the gospel. It's an affirmation of what God says in their belief. But if it's known that Christians believe that their wives ought to obey their husbands and they don't do it, it's an occasion for the unsaved world to blaspheme God. And I think the same is true with people who look like they're having fun being cruel to people. Even if in the optics, we're supposed to also avoid any appearance of evil. And so if we
yeah, but then my question to you would be, will they do it even if we don't?
Well, who
if
do
we
what?
are acting within you said unbelievers will may be driven to blaspheme God because of the ill example of Christians. My question
They'll do it.
then
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. They'll do it, but here's the difference. If we don't give them the occasion, at least it will be slander. As opposed to these people are hypocrites and it'd be real. Because there's a difference between them doing it, them blaspheming, because they're going to blaspheme anyway. I'll agree with that. But we're not supposed to give occasion for that to happen.
Well, that's my point. My point is anything you do is an occasion to do that.
Well, then the verse would make no sense.
Any sin you commit is the option for them to do that. So you ought to abstain from all sin.
Well, that's already understood that we ought to abstain from all sin.
Right, but do you do it? Can you do it?
No, but here's the difference. There's a difference between if I'm on camera and I'm willfully going into what I know will be easily seen as incongruent with the character of God, then that's where the issue comes from.
It's fair.
So Titus 2:5, obey your husbands that the name of God might not be blasphemed. So shout out to the ladies.
Yeah. Yeah.
In their content strategy, it seemed like they selected headlines by just getting a dude to throw a dildo at a wall to pick a drug country and a minority, and bam, there's their story. These modern manosphere podcasters feel no different. It's the same predictable combination of slop every time. But it's also kind of hilarious once you see it for what it is.
What the heck?
Not really. Not really.
Did she just transition? She's cross-dressing.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Red meat for the audience.
Oh, sorry, Rev.
Rev! Your speakers are loud. Everybody can hear me twice. There we go. The amazing Rev Russ, the unapologetic preacher, everybody, has swooped in.
And you have missed a little bit, unfortunately. There's been a lot of back and forth so far.
Yeah, Abe and I were sharpening our swords of reason together a little bit here and there.
Oh, there we go. So let's see. I popped in. It looks like this lady's got some stuff on a whiteboard. I was listening in a little bit.
Now, Rev, you told me that you had watched much of this video already. Have you gotten to the point where she is cross-dressed as a man with a MAGA hat and she's throwing a steak at a whiteboard?
Not yet.
Well, so far we have covered how she is criticizing Andrew Wilson and Joel Webbin. She is criticizing the manosphere for using Christian memes and sayings in order to put forward propaganda. She's criticizing AI of Charlie Kirk. She's criticizing Candace Owens for making crazy claims about Charlie Kirk and then opening their third eye and going to the astral plane together. She is talking about how there are different teachings of Jesus that are being bastardized by both the right and the left, and how she has tilted it optically to disfavor the right in some ways and make the left a little bit nerfed in terms of their evil. Is that fair, Abe?
Yeah, I would say.
Am I missing anything, Abe?
I don't think so. I think basically she's calling out Christianity that isn't Christianity in name only, that's used for power and sway. That's, yeah, I would agree with what you said and that. So,
well, we see a lot of that on both sides of the aisle. And
Yep.
it really doesn't matter because we see it in all cultures, and we've seen it all throughout the history of Christianity. There's those who profess Christ but don't bear the fruits of their salvation. And that's why we're told to know them by their fruits. Right? That's why James in James 2 says, I'll show you my faith by my works. And works is a byproduct of the Holy Spirit dwelling in the man and making the changes in the man. So if we don't see the fruits of the Spirit, then we know the profession of faith isn't genuine.
And Russ, what would you say you would codify as fruits? What would be signs to you?
Signs would be changing away from one's old ways and trying to do things that are pleasing to God, even if it means abandoning the things that are pleasing to the flesh or the carnal mind. See, we're constantly at war between the flesh and the spirit, and it'll keep going on until the flesh goes in the ground. Because you see, the spirit lives on and the flesh knows it came. So it'll constantly fight and try to drag you down into the grave with it. But the gift from God is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit gives you faith. And through that faith, you're saved by grace, not of works. You can't do anything to save yourself.
Though the faith will drive you to works.
Holy Spirit drives you to works because it's the fruits of the Holy Spirit.
All right. Should we watch the throwing of the meats?
I enjoy the throwing of the meat.
No, I'd
The
rather
second
film that on
you
a grill
see-
than a
it's like-
whiteboard, but hey,
Yeah, I agree with
each
that.
their own, I reckon.
Totally agree with that. Throw it onto the grill, not onto the whiteboard.
Gar and a podcast mic on screen, you know you are about to hear some of the dumbest shit of your life.
How do you make $50,000 a month? You haven't told me anything.
Wake up at 3 a.m.
Okay.
Go to sleep at 7 p.m.
Got it. Now, what do you do in between 3 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli. Don't get distracted with candy and ice cream.
How does that generate income?
But anyways, back to Andrew Wilson. Being predictable manosphere slop, while annoying, is honestly not my main problem with his content. I think this clip here captures one of my biggest issues.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
Under
you lick
You see Brian's face?
Oh, yeah.
His face is so...
My main problem with his content.
Watch
I
this.
think this clip here captures one of my biggest issues.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
Yeah, that face.
and you lick
He's like, okay, this is going to get really bad really fast.
Right. Right. She went nuclear in Andrew's world.
Yeah. Yes. Well, absolutely. I agree with, look, if I'm in a debate with somebody and they immediately start insulting my wife, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be a huge problem for me. And I don't care what it is. I don't care what they say, why they're trying to degrade her. You have now lit the fuse. Because I, as the husband of that wife, have a duty to husband.
Defend the
And
honor.
Yeah, and you are now causing damage to that which I am supposed to protect. So, I don't know. But that face, I'm like, oh, dang. He knew before anything happened what was coming. Look at him too.
I'd
He's
say
like
it's,
trying to stop it.
it's quite expected for a man to have a zeal for his wife and to defend her honor. Just as Christ gave himself for the church, husbands must also do the same. And for some, it's really hard to hear somebody start bringing up your wife, and so I can give a little grace here.
Well, and then the way that it's painted as well, like multiple baby daddies, which is completely different than being in legitimate relationship with somebody or being married to somebody. That's like a street slang way of saying hoeing around, and then it goes further than that even. But yeah,
Sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're a
mean?
fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
I'm not even going to criticize the rage part. That aside, the shocking thing to me is what seems to actually trigger his outburst. Because what visibly bothers Andrew is that someone brings up the fact that his wife had children with 3 different men.
this is false. It's not just because she has children with different men. There's literally a whole line of things attached to this already all over the place on the internet that has been used repeatedly to go at them. So it's the intro, it's the start to a whole argument that goes into really screwed up stuff. So
yeah, and the argument the argument they use against him doesn't really follow, because it's entirely possible to have had children, like be a widow, a twice over widow or something like that. Or yeah, it's anything along those lines. And just because somebody has had sex before, let's say they had sex with somebody and they didn't get married to that person, or they had sex with multiple people and then they converted and they never married any of them, your marriage with them, seeing as it's the first marriage, is still actually legitimate. So
right. Well, and there's a different part here. Like, she tries to call this out as promiscuity and keep that title on the person after she's married and has a family and is a wife in a family, calling her a promiscuous woman because of things in the past. It has no bearing on reality. It's not like there's like a harem of dudes somewhere, or like, so there's a claim being made that is outside of reality and to tarnish and destroy the reputation of a person that is happening here. And it continues further from that into things that I'm not even going to talk about. But
right,
yeah.
and they're trying to say that it's hypocrisy, but it's not hypocrisy because he's not promoting whoredom.
No, in fact, if you talk to Andrew one-on-one, he will flat out tell you that women who have had life before should settle down, get married, and keep a family. Like, there's not like condemnation for single mothers. There's not condemnation for women who haven't yet. The condemnation is that you continue to evade it and stay away from it and live in the world promoting evil, basically.
Right. I remember Andrew was on Breakfast Tacos, and one of the guys there tried to criticize him, saying that he was hypocritical because he's doing the very things he was criticizing others for doing. And Andrew was right when he said, never happened once. And that's like, why would it? He has every incentive in the world. Even if he was like the worst person in the world, he would have every incentive not to criticize people who are living the exact same life he is.
Right. Well, and he wants men and women to get married and have children and keep a family. That's one of the things that he's absolutely for. Even if the woman has a bad past, he would rather they get married and stay married and raise children. Like, so this line of argumentation is, again, to tarnish not just Rachel, but to try to take an attack at Andrew as anti-Christian for having a wife that's had children prior to the marriage with him. Like, it doesn't even fit. But from a non-Christian paradigm, that's a line of attack that you think you can make him look bad in the public.
Yeah, everybody's
Right.
got a past. It's like the stupid people who say, well, I didn't tell my kids not to smoke pot because I smoked pot. It's like, that's a dumb argument.
It's a dumb argument.
You know, you're not a hypocrite. You're just saying that you had to correct a thing and you were correcting it in them now before it becomes a problem.
Well, actually, I have a huge issue with the people calling each other hypocrites in the first place, because the idea of hypocrisy is believing this thing, and then it's like, okay, it comes back to like the smoking example, right? If you smoke, you shouldn't tell kids not to smoke as an adult. And it's like, that doesn't track. You can smoke and know that smoking is bad for your health and tell kids that they should not do it. And that's not a hypocritical statement. At that point, you believe and know that it's bad for you and that you probably shouldn't be doing it. And you're warning others not to do it. That's not a hypocritical statement, but it gets used that way all the time.
Right. Hypocrite is Greek for actor. Now, if you were a person who secretly smoked and you hid it from people to keep up an image of somebody who didn't smoke, and you told kids not to smoke because smoking is bad for you and it's dumb and I wouldn't do it, and you actually do it, that would be hypocrisy.
So, but yeah, it is a misaligned false claim of hypocrisy that continues to be made. So,
right.
Russ, what do you think of that reaction? What do you think of Andrew's reaction in that moment?
I mean, the rage is understandable. Somebody went at his wife. And like I said, it's normal for a husband to have a certain zeal for his wife. And yeah, a lot of times men will lose their temper. So I could show grace in this moment, for sure, because I know where the argument was going. Just because I've seen it before. And it really, like you said, Dave, it does go into some really sick places. And, you know, if Andrew already knew what was coming just from that initial line of questioning, his reaction, you know, though a little heavy-handed, you know, you gotta show the man some grace there.
So I think he didn't have to go as far as he did, but in the moment, it makes sense that he went to where he did. The one thing I would say is, if you paid attention, there isn't a cessation from her side, right? What happens?
Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Okay, there it is. He's made that statement, right?
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I just say,
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential?
So, if it was the case that she had stepped off of it right then, do you think there's a possibility he would have backed off some? If she had said, I'm sorry, I'll back off. But she didn't. She poked and she poked and she poked.
Yeah.
Right?
I acknowledge that that's totally understandable. So I don't approve of it, but it's totally understandable.
Right. I think it's sure. And from the outside, it's crass, over the top. But that's one thing that I definitely noticed in this interaction, because interactions and humans and how they behave to me is extremely fascinating, because humans are messy, odd creatures. But this interaction looked like it was initially, I'm going down this line with a purpose to destroy and tarnish your credibility and your wife's credibility. He reacts in a fairly rage-induced manner, and then she continually pokes onward, so it keeps that pressure there.
Yeah.
In a personal matter, like there was no reason to jump straight into a personal life matter in a debate the way that this happened. No. And I think that that's also part of what the infuriating part is, the rage part. Like, not only did you take it to a personal place, it wasn't a personal thing, a shot at me, it's a shot at my family. What is that about? Like, we're sitting here having a debate about this thing. You could have insulted my behavior. You didn't. You went to somebody who's not here, who is my wife, and that induced anger and rage. So, but and see, this is the moment too, re-examination, where people will be like, well, that's just tone policing at that point, right? They would say that to you, right? You don't like the way he went about this. You think he went overboard.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. I hope I wouldn't have said those things. I am capable of saying all those things because I'm a fallen human being, just like Andrew. I'm no different than Andrew, right? But what I'm saying is, I appears to give more permissions to himself to go about it that way than I would.
That's fair. That's totally fair. And there's also the entertainment factor. You know, you're on camera, you're in a studio, all these things, right? That may also do its thing, right?
Yeah.
Act. Right.
Yeah. And I would say that.
Your...
Oh, I was going to say that the thing I think in her mind, she legitimized the attack because he got done calling her too effing stupid to understand the arguments. But that is the difference between obviously who your opponent is and
wait, was that before or after this moment? Because I thought the too stupid was after.
So the too stupid came before she went baby mama, rather. Okay. I think you're too effing stupid to understand these arguments. And then she goes right into, the baby mama stuff.
Okay.
And then it's like, but the difference, of course, is she's standing right in front of him. He's willing to say it to her face. There is a guy-girl powered, psychological disadvantage there anyway. But he was willing to say it to her face. She knowingly, willfully showed up to the debate, knowing who she was talking to, knowing what she was in for. She's debated him multiple times already. Mm-hmm. But now she went beyond the scope of who was involved in the debate, what the debate was, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's another reason why, even though I don't think that what he did was morally permissible, it is totally understandable.
Right. Okay.
Ditch licking?
I'm not even going to criticize the rage part. That aside, the shocking thing to me is what seems to actually trigger his outburst. Because what visibly bothers Andrew is that someone brings up the fact that his wife had children with 3 different men. And he appears deeply humiliated by that fact.
Okay, so see, to me, this feels super disingenuous because I would believe, as far into the internet culture as she is and has always been, she would know that this goes further than just him being humiliated over her having children prior to him.
Because of like threats that happen when you're a big guy in the internet, or what?
Well, no, like there's like I was saying earlier, they will take it from this to the fact that she's promiscuous. She's been with a bunch of different guys. They'll say these things. Then they'll take it to her doing other things. And then they'll take it to the kids. And it literally goes in a direct line from that first statement of your wife having other husbands or other men have children with them, right? From that to this, to this, to this. And it does it all over the place on the internet. Wherever it gets brought up that way, it goes down this line until it ends in screwed up claims against them in ways that are way beyond what should be talked about. And so she should know these things because this has been something they've been doing to them for the last 6 years in online spaces. And she has been here before then, like during that time. So my guess would be this comment she's making here is he's so offended over her having kids with other people, which is stupid because he talks about it. He's talked about it multiple times. He's not offended by that. It is the right thing to do if you take a woman who has children with prior people to move forward into the future with that and not like hold the past over their head. So there's no deep embarrassment there. I've never seen that from him. And so the claim she's making is devoid of the rest of the story of that argument. And I would claim that she has to know that argument exists. She was with Destiny, who helped pioneer some of those arguments against him. So, like...
And is pledging to fund $100,000 to the Tilly suit, should that happen. I don't even know if that's happening anymore. Not to derail the conversation. But yeah, so what you're saying is... Lauren Southern should know that what is being there is a way to state a fact in which to insinuate things that are false, and that's what people do with it all the time.
The rage is not about her having children prior to Andrew. The rage is about the line of questioning that is coming from that and the destruction of the reputation of himself and his wife and his kids, their kids. And so her stopping there, I find it very odd how deeply angry he and what'd she say? We'll do it again because this is important. This is again wordsmithing for a purpose. which we know.
Shut your stupid bitch
Who
mouth.
knows?
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
I'm not even going to criticize the rage part. That aside, the shocking thing to me is what seems to actually trigger his outburst. Because what visibly bothers Andrew is that someone brings up the fact that his wife had children with 3 different men, and he appears deeply humiliated.
Deeply humiliated. It's shocking to her. That doesn't seem feasible to me in the least. Like, she would know that this goes beyond this.
I see your point. Yeah.
And he's enraged, but he's also trying to cut this argument off before it dips into a bunch of other stuff that doesn't need to be spread all over the internet.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, she is misinterpreting the situation as humiliation when what's going on is it's trying to fight the false narrative.
Well, and not just that, not just it being not humiliation, but the fact that she didn't go further. She knows his rage is founded in the fact that it's going to be a further attack about the sexuality of them and their family and the family dynamics and the children. And he is enraged that she's going to delve into his family life in a debate online for no good reason. Not that his wife had prior children, right? It's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where you're going to like partially reveal it and then claim that that's the whole of the argument when it was a small piece, and you, as because of who you are, should know way more about that situation. And if you do know more about that situation, you just framed that very dishonestly.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Russ knows all that, so.
Russ knows all, but the Dinkus knows most.
I don't know about that. I just know some things.
By that fact. And this is why it's bizarre. Him marrying his wife, despite her past, and taking her children from previous relationships under his wing, within a Christian moral framework, which he claims to subscribe to, should not be a source of shame. In fact, that is arguably one of the most honorable things about his life. A man choosing to love, protect, and provide for children who are not biologically his, even knowing many people will judge him for it, is, in Christian terms, profoundly respectable. The Bible calls endlessly for people to care for the vulnerable, women, and fatherless children. And he had the perfect opportunity there to explain all of this to the lady confronting him. He could have been an incredible witness to her in that moment, but instead, he instantly collapsed into insult. And I think the reason is pretty obvious to anyone watching this. Wilson has built a version of Christianity where mercy and redemption no longer feel masculine enough to defend. Because the
Really?
audience he has cultivated does not reward mercy. They reward domination, humiliation, and cruelty. They are more focused on condemning the women on these podcasts for not following the letter of the law than showing the love the laws were made to protect. It's all based signaling and no beatitudes, which means the very values that should be his strongest moral ground become liabilities in front of his own followers. Because to that audience, taking responsibility for a family like his risks being read as weakness, as being a cuck or simping.
See, this whole line here is degrading rather than actually exploring, right?
I'm here's the thing. I agree that there needs to be pushback socially, and that most of, especially evangelicalism, is very weak and has sat in the corner. So the Sewing Circle Christian title is aptly given to those people who would rather live in their suburbs than get out there and actually talk to people. I just think that the problem is, if I say anything about the overall tone, it's going to be called tone policing. It's going to be called anecdotal. But I have not, what's not been at least prominent to me is the advertising of people coming to Christ as a result of these blood sport debates as much. What's not been apparent to me is a tone that is like when we were talking about before, pointing towards redemption, not just like putting somebody down, but pointing towards where redemption is. You can totally put somebody down as long as you give them an off ramp, right?
Well,
that's how I see it. But the problem we're at this juncture is what she's saying is kind of vague, and what we're talking about, I don't claim to have enough data one way or the other, because I can't claim what every Crucible employee has done or not done. I can just tell you vibes. I'm openly telling you right now, I don't have a study, I don't have a document, I have not gone on my way to see what they have or haven't done off the clock or off camera. So, but the PR for that is mainly acidic. It's mainly putting people down in such a way to have them be downtrodden to an effect. And if you want to call like Lila Rose and Trent Horn, like he did on the Patrick Bet-David podcast, Sewing Circle Christians, well, maybe they're not as brash, maybe they're not as tough as you would like them to be, but they are effective debaters. They might say things that I don't agree with. They might say things that are maybe not even strong enough. But I think that they do a better job of getting truth out there where it's clear, as opposed to when your mind is hampered with all the insults that have been thrown into your face like a grenade.
So my main contention, I mean, I don't know about my main contention with just this segment from her is that she stuck to her initial statement of it's just about him having a wife that has children before marrying him. And she's made it all about that specifically, and then said that there's no mercy. There's none of the things that are traditionally known for as in Christianity. And they're too tough to give mercy, so he doesn't want people knowing about it. But none of that is true. Like he's open and upfront about that she had children before. It's never been a hiding thing. It's never been a shame thing. Anywhere that I've seen, he's been open about it when asked. When he's attacked on it, because it's going to take that other line, then he usually lights people up. And it seems like she's acting like none of that has ever happened, even though the very last debate that he had with her before this, I think it got brought up once as well. And it's like, there's a certain level of, again, disingenuousness from this statement. Like, he and his brand of Christianity only want masculinity. That's not true, although they do call for a more masculine Christianity, because we're in a time where huge swaths of Christianity has gone every which direction in very feminine directions mostly. But she's acting like she doesn't know anything about anything else, just the fact that he acted like this way this one time. And the reason she's attributed it to is that his wife has children before marrying him.
Okay, that's fair. She's taking one moment where he's, arguably not optically optimal, and saying this is a characterization of him at all times in all places, and it's because he's ashamed when she can't mind read.
Right, and
it also seems the way that she's trying to build this argument as well. She starts with something that she can kind of use the optics to make Andrew look hypocritical, right? He has a wife with a pastor, whatever. None of my business. But she uses that as the main premise, so that way everything that she builds from there can portray the man to look like a hypocrite. He doesn't practice what he preaches, and what he's presenting isn't Christianity. And it's kind of like trying to attack the foundation of a message by attacking the man, similar to how Andrew's opponent in that debate did, but she's doing it just a little more eloquently.
Right. And so there's an inherent issue here, because then she attributes that there isn't mercy, there isn't kindness, there isn't anything good coming from them, and he doesn't want people to know about his marriage, or that his wife had children prior to him, because it's unacceptable to him. One, he never said it's unacceptable. He doesn't tell people that that they shouldn't be the way his family is. He has, in fact, said that it would be good if people were more accepting and would do those things. And as for like the mercy, I've seen him multiple times have debates where he's been insulted or attacked in the debate, and then come back and debate that person again and say, yeah, I know it was heated last time, but you're usually a good opponent. And he did that with Connor not that long ago. Like, I don't agree with the things you say, but you've always been kind to me, and I appreciate you and what you do. Like, there's some level of charity there. And as far as other charity, there's the whole thing of not letting your one hand know what the other is doing when giving. As far as people coming to the church, do we want them to boast when people start going to church because of their movement? Or like, I don't know how we would do that and have it be legitimate. Right? Like, if people are actually coming to Christ because of the things that he has done, or he actually has helped people come to Christ, I don't know how he could put that into public without it seeming like he's boasting that he brings people to God.
Yeah, so fair enough. I would say that what happened to me was when she went from that particular clip and then she said the movement, she zoomed out. And I would say the zoomed out overall vibe of the Crucible, or at least that kind of debate bro sort of thing, has been more animosity of, I'm going to crush my opponent, I'm going to humiliate them, period. Right?
Okay.
We're going to beat them at the battle block. That's, again, I'm not basing this on something that I can like give exact metrics for on everybody who has ever done that. I'm just saying this is the impression that I believe the Crucible gives, especially to the opposition. And the opposition is going to be unfair anyway. But I think in the general public, people associate that with also the Red Pill movement, which he's not actually a part of the Red Pill movement per se. He does criticize the Red Pill movement for being what it is.
Realistic.
Yeah. But go ahead.
Let's throw this out there too. I don't know if people don't know this or what. Andrew is the Crucible. So Rob works as a debate prep helper, but that doesn't make him Crucible. There is no like overarching thing that is like a whole bunch of employees and stuff. Like, it's Andrew, it's his thing, and then everybody else is just associated somehow. Like, the Crucibilities are just watchers and people that pitch in or share stuff around. But it's not like a big organization. It's Andrew. Andrew is the Crucible, and there isn't like a bunch of employees beneath him. It's just everybody who associates. So if it is the case, like you're saying, that it's a vibe, well, there's a lot of chatters and people that have risen to take debates and start channels that are viewers, but are not like connected in any actual way, other than they watch him and they admire what he does, and so they pick up and do it themselves.
Yeah.
Now, they may be in the Discord and communicate and stuff like that, but it's not like a actual set organization with some, a bunch of employees with the same goal, and they're out here doing this thing to do something. I'm just throwing that out there because there's oftentimes I hear that from like the left. They'll talk about how the Crucible, and then they'll name a bunch of people, and then like people like Emmett will be called Crucible, and they assume that he's getting orders handed down from Andrew, or the company told him. And it's like, there's no company. It's just Andrew doing his thing, and people emulate.
Yeah, people are so,
and not well sometimes.
Right.
I just want to throw it out there. Sorry.
Right. So I don't want to overspeak. I think I've pretty much said all I can say. I don't want to say things I can't totally justify. So yeah, we can just move on. My main thing is I guess I could just get the same impression. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No. I didn't even mean to click that. My mouse wouldn't move in this, so I clicked.
Oh, that's fine. I just say I kind of get that general impression where it's mainly about, again, yeah, Andrew's not in charge of these people. They're not his puppets. I get what you're saying. They're not his employees. These are, I guess, I would say, what would you say the difference is between the people who take after Andrew and are huge fans of him and Andrew's actual approach? Do you think there's a huge night and day approach, or at least a noticeable difference between what Andrew does, which is and then what people who emulate Andrew does? Like, let's say people who want to take after all of his positions and how they approach debate and discussion with people.
So I think there's some good actors and I think there's some bad actors. I think some are really terrible, worse than Andrew, like way more aggressive and way more over the top. And I think there are some like that are pretty close to exactly what he does. Now, I agree with you. There's a certain stigma or an underlying thing where there's plenty of people out here acting like asses because of it. Sure. But there's also people who are like, wait, I need to hone my logic and do a better job of arguing it. Like for me, myself, I look at it and I go, okay, I wouldn't take that approach, but maybe I need to sharpen the way that I argue so that I can better approach these topics and do good things with it my own way, not as harsh, not as over the top. But at the same time, there's people out here that are willing to go the exact or further than Andrew because they've watched it. So, but I think that's the curse of being somebody who has a lot of people watching you. It doesn't matter what you do. They're going to do some level of emulation, and they may do really bad stuff in your name, or they may do really good things in your name. The same difference.
Yeah, I think maybe the easiest way to say it is it's very hard to quantify how many people or what kinds of issues or what the average issues, if we could make legitimate complaints about Crucible followers, Andrew himself. I think, but I think what we can definitely say is one of the things that if you're going to, say that you have Christian ethics, is to have a concern for the gospel. And maybe the way his church is structured, you're not allowed to give any sort of evangelistic message if you're not ordained by the church. And I would say that there's a detriment to that. I would argue as a Protestant, there's a detriment to that kind of way of approaching things as a Christian, but that might be a theological difference. I don't know how his church operates, and I don't claim to know how his church operates, but it seems to me that the Christian example has to do with spiritual well-being, and you can do spiritual approach and political approach at the same time. And I'm not seeing that nearly as much. So even though I'm not Orthodox and I wouldn't want people to go to the Orthodox Church per se, that would not be what I would want them to do. At least for all my criticisms of Jim Bob, at least Jim Bob tells people to go to a church. I don't hear that quite as much from Andrew. I think Jay Dyer, I have criticisms of Jay Dyer, big time. But at least Jay Dyer is telling them to do something spiritually. Am I on board with that? No. I think Andrew has the bigger influence than both of them combined. And if he would if he had some more of a, I wish he was Protestant and I wish he agreed with me and everything, but if he had more of a message that he was heavy with, and it's like, do you know the reason that your life feels worthless? Do you know the reason that people go out and indulge the flesh and get pregnant and get STDs and turn the Skittles people and mutilate their children? It's because you've been lied to by your flesh, by the devil, by the world, and you need to turn to God. He sent Jesus Christ to die in your place because your sins have earned death forever and ever and eternal separation from God. But Jesus took that death on the cross. He received the wrath of God on the cross, died in your place, so that if you turn from your sin, you trust in him, he will give you a new heart. He will put the Holy Spirit inside of you. You will hate the sin you once loved and love the God you once hated. You become a new creature in Christ. If he's able and willing to say that more often, or at least as much as often as he's using his arguments, then I think that Lauren Southern would have way less of room to make any videos about him.
Sure. But I don't, okay, so I'm not Orthodox, of course, but the thing is, like, if the stance of the Orthodox church is that they aren't supposed to go out and evangelize because they may do it at the detriment of others, they may lead them to believe false teachings, and that keeps them from going out and professing different things or talking into scripture or theological discussions into the scripture without a blessing and without a purpose to do so, then I can understand why he would stay out of it completely.
I understand too. I happen to disagree with it. I think it's an unfortunate, if that's the case, I think that's an unfortunate structure of the Orthodox Church. But I get it that If he wants to stick to his convictions because that's what his priest tells him, then I can't. I can totally see where he's coming from with that. I think that as a result of what we do see, as a result of what's not held back by those rules, I think there is a detriment that does not need to happen, and that would be the optics that are arguably non-Christian and would dissuade people and give people an occasion to blaspheme in that case, which we covered earlier. But anyway, I'm just repeating myself. So you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I get your viewpoint of what you're saying, and I can see where you're coming from. I think there's a disconnect, and I've always thought this. There's a disconnect between all of us, right? Like the Protestants to the Catholics to the Orthodox, and everything in between has these weird disconnects where we don't see it the same. And because we don't see it the same, that division is automatically seen as a detriment because we don't get why they're doing what they're doing.
I would like to ask him this. If the priest was as good a debater as Andrew, would he be doing the same things Andrew was doing?
Well, it would change. The answer would be the priest is held to a different standard than he is, right?
A higher standard?
Yeah.
And the priest would...
I mean, I don't know. I can't answer for the man. I don't know.
I would have a hard time imagining a priest. If there was a priest that instituted the crucible and went around doing the things exactly the way Andrew was doing, I just find that hard to imagine. That's all. But I will no longer revisit this point, seeing as I've said it twice already.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything to say on the matter there, Russ?
Oh no, just listening.
Okay. Sounds good.
Masculinity cosplay happens to be using that week. And I do mean cosplay because I don't want to slander real masculinity with whatever this online performance art has become. In a now deleted tweet from late last year referencing migrant crime and rape against women, Wilson said, "They voted for it. Help us, men, help us. No." And he's essentially arguing that women overwhelmingly vote liberal, so if anything bad happens to them, it's their fault and we have no duty to defend them. Another account responded, "Women, brother, father, help me. You, nah, you asked for it. Get raped. You really are a piece of shit." To which Andrew responds, "You heard me, bitch. Reap as you sow." And I don't think I have ever seen a message portrayed that is more quintessentially anti-Christian in my life. The whole concept of the faith, the whole point of it is that Christ died on the cross. So thankfully, Andrew, you and I have the potential to not reap what we sow. And
I think this lacks a lot of introspection, but yeah. I think there's a certain level of if you continually live in sin and choose to live in sin and deny God and continue to do it over and over and over again, then I don't think that somebody is going to come save you. Would I say it that way? Again, no, but I get the sentiment, I guess. I don't know what the exact claim or what he was responding to either, so I'm not going to claim that I don't know.
Well, we can go to X and go down his timeline and see everything he said in his context, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll find a few uncomfortable quotes in there.
Sure, I'm sure. I don't like I said, I'm not here to speak for him, so but
right, and I'm not here to quote mine him either. I'm just yeah.
But I do think that she's particularly honed in on him specifically, though. So,
well, he is huge. He's probably the biggest figure in internet culture that I'm aware of right now.
Is he, though?
I mean, okay, maybe he's not PewDiePie, but in terms of
he's growing in traction. Yes,
he's growing in traction. He's on Piers Morgan. He got on Joe Rogan. I'm sure plenty of people know him. He was, I don't know. He's really rocketing upward.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just too much in the debate sphere and I'm too insulated to know, but yeah. Somebody had to explain to me who SZA was recently, so maybe I should just shut
I don't
up.
know who that is.
Oh, some female music artist.
Yeah, no idea.
Hip hop.
Okay.
Asks that we tried just a little bit, just a bit to be like him and have some humility in the process. Instead, what we see here is Andrew Wilson loudly advocating the exact opposite of this message while claiming to be a crucible that purifies the faith. And in doing so, seemingly reaps what he's sown and having to be ashamed of his family. And Andrew isn't the only one trying to cultivate this sort of based signaling Christian audience with a public profile. There's a whole sort of community online of these people who have ridden the coattails of the manosphere world in becoming eternal course-selling podcasters, but use God as their main branding. I first came across alleged pastor Joel.
That's not Speakeasy's verbal combat. That's the verbal combat course.
It's spelled with a C. You know, his is spelled with a K, like the video game. But first, I was like, what?
Webben, because one of his based signaling tweets that went semi-viral. Young men are waking up. Women will learn to have a quiet and gentle spirit, or they will learn to be alone. Deus fault. It's so cringe.
I hope there's
You
no
simply
Joel Webben
cannot
apologists
tell me
out
that
there.
This tweet. Young women are waking up.
I don't
Men
know.
will learn to stop being incels, or they will learn to be alone. Do better. Is not exactly the same as what Joel Webben tweeted. It's just gender war gobbledygook with virtue or based signaling at the end. Do better. Men are trash. Educate yourself. Deus fault. It's the same little end tagline to tell your audience, I'm morally superior. In the progressive field, you look at something like educate yourself, and it's this moral signaling of higher intelligence. With Webben, I'd argue it's almost worse because it's my gender war slop posting for clicks is ordained by God. Deus Vult. This is a common behavior for Webben, though, who was, for whatever reason, attending CPAC a few weeks ago, in which he tweeted, my biggest takeaway from CPAC, the youth are ours. We were recognized everywhere. Staffers, media, college group presidents, influencers, and political candidates. Everyone who loved us was under 40 and completely aligned on the big issues. The next generation won't support Israel. They are done with egalitarianism. They are not race blind. Even women we talked to agreed women probably shouldn't vote. Time's up. And Joel, I just have one question for you. Just one question. Why are none of your big issues Jesus? It's already weird that a pastor is attending CPAC as a political activist, but to go there and say your big issue is to be done with women voting, this is the right-wing version of defund the police. The police are not going anywhere unless the state collapses. You guys...
So Joel Webben has been courting and had Nick Fuentes on multiple times on his show. Joel Webben is calling out what he calls the false religion of Holocaustianity. So Joel Webben is way worse than actually what she's talking about. She's focusing on the bro stuff, and she mentioned the thing about race and all that kind of stuff. Joel Webben is a nasty, shallow, unchristian human being. And I can say that without feeling bad. I'm going to go to sleep like a baby tonight. You know, I think that is all entirely warranted to say any of that stuff. Rev, are you familiar with Joel Webben?
Nope.
Good.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, he is a nut.
I do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to defend the character of somebody I don't know who seems like a piece of trash. I do like her comment about like the many women don't think women should vote either. I think there's actually truth in that. So I don't.
Yeah, that was the one thing where I'm kind of like that time is a little bit changing too among the conservative movement at least. So that one I'm not as surprised about.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I don't know who it is, and I'm not going to back people. So.
Right.
Are all LARPing.
Now it's time for the final battle. Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile.
Ending women voting is just another plot line of the culture war cinematic universe. And it is kind of cute when Zoomers are running around dressed up like Marvel characters pretending to blast laser beams at each other. But when pastors in their 40s and 50s are doing it, what are we even doing here, man? Forgive me for saying something that may be a little controversial, but whether it be politicians or pastors, my hope is that they are better people than me. And yes, I do think they should be held to a higher standard than the average person if you are claiming to be a leader for God. But I'm not sure. I don't think these people are really looking to court a Christian community at all. In fact, when I went down the Joel Webbin rabbit hole, it led me all the way to a place where I learned.
What do you think?
To be fair, Andrew's not clergy. He doesn't claim to be an evangelist of any sort. And when asked what his positions are, I usually hear him say politics and policy. So like I could understand like if the Crucible logo had a big cross in it, or if he was doing what I'd do, you know. If he was doing stuff like this, like then you could pin him as like, you know, he's like a spiritual religious leader, movement guy, but I think the religion part is only a small part of Andrew's niche, right? It's not the whole thing.
Well, here's the problem. He goes into ethics debates. He goes into debates with atheists on the metaphysical level, which in Christianity would include the spiritual and moral level, which would have to necessarily be based on scripture and, in his case, church tradition as well. So that would also include dissuading people from the opposite, and especially if you're going to argue from the impossibility of the contrary, that directly has to do with Christianity itself. If he was only politics and policy, like if he was a Rush Limbaugh who claimed to be a Christian but never talked about it in his show because that wasn't him for his show, that's one thing. But Rush Limbaugh never got into metaphysics. Rush Limbaugh didn't try and crush atheism. Rush Limbaugh didn't go against Pine Creek Doug and all these other people, right? So he does a variety of topics. He mainly focuses on politics, especially right now, politics and culture. But especially if you want to talk about, I mean, even on the whatever podcast, somebody brought up God, and he brought up an argument for a proof for God, concepts of the mind and all that kind of stuff. I don't remember, but it was a 4-minute clip. It was a pretty good argument.
Right.
So he does incorporate that in his package.
Okay. But you would have to justify why you have the political takes you have, right? Not just because it feels good or because it's my preference. Exactly. That's the whole point. Is he usually will bring it up specifically because he believes that his position is justified through the compass of Christianity.
Yes. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But again, that's why politics is downstream of what you ultimately believe. The two cannot be separated. And right. And that's I think that's to my argument, which is like if we're gonna do it whole hog, we'll do it whole hog all the way. But there are Christless conservatism people out there.
Sure. But Christianity,
he doesn't claim to be that.
Right, but Christianity to him is a different thing than it is to you, right?
I agree. I'm already granting that from my previous statement.
So if that's the case, then in his case, he's functioning within what he believes it to be. Then the question then becomes, where is, like, you can say from my point of view, or from what I believe Christianity to be, or from what I believe the Bible is saying, this is contrary. But like from her position, where is she coming from with it?
Well, I can't, seeing as nobody can read anybody's mind, I can't exactly tell what she's saying or what she's thinking besides what she says. And what she seems to be saying is, where are the doctrines? Where is the teaching of doctrine? And your contention is, well, he can't teach doctrine because he's not ordained. And that's how it works with either. Yeah, he doesn't have any position. And so that because of the structure of his beliefs and how they segment who can speak and who can't, he's working within his purview. I get that.
So he has to work within logic and reason and say, look, my moral reference is Christianity, and it's based around logic and the objective morality that is set forth by that which is Christianity. But if Christianity to him means something different than it does to you, how do we bridge that and understand where that's coming from? Because in your head, right, you're seeing it as a Protestant Christian. Like if I was in this position, I would be saying these things, but his reference is completely different. So
yeah, here's the problem. Here's the problem. And this is a still unreleased fourth debate that I had with him. I'm hoping that sometime in the next month it will come out, but it may never come out. I asked him, what is the gospel, Andrew? And he went on this thing where he just said, well, you know, if I say the gospel, you could be this, I could be that, and da 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 da. And my brain just shut off, and I just waited for the moment to talk again. And when I talked again, I said, okay, look, let's say I get stabbed in the back. I'm bleeding out. I have 3 minutes to live. How do I get to heaven? What do you tell me? And then he says, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ. How hard was that? Like, how hard was that? It wasn't even like, is it a full and complete answer? No, but it is a doctrinal answer. It is an evangelistic answer. But I don't hear him say that a whole lot. Even if he thinks that this is like fluff, right? This is not going to be conducive to this moment in a debate I'm at to say, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. Sure. But there are still closing statements. There are still uninterrupted moments where he could say exactly what he said to me. Again, I have no proof of it because I don't have the footage, but that's what happened.
Right, but that would be him. Okay, again, this is where the disconnect is. He isn't out here trying to evangelize. He doesn't believe that it's his mission or his goal to evangelize in the way that you do from being a fisher of men and all of those things, right? He's not going to do that. And so for him, if he's in an argument about a thing, he's going to argue that thing, and he's not trying to sway people into that position. So I get what you're saying, and it is definitely where she is kind of coming from as well. Like, you should be seeking to do this thing. But if the purview is that you're not supposed to do that thing, then he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, at least in the framework he's working within.
Yeah, so I think we can just wrap this all up in a nice bow and just say, on a fundamental doctrinal difference, I think it's doing more harm than good, and he disagrees, and he's got his framework, I got my framework. We can just say that.
Right. That's fair. But I think that her contention is, I don't know, I got to mull it over still.
Learned from Webben himself that apparently Christians are actually just fake and gay.
What do you see as the greatest threat to Christian nationalism as it's trying to make its roots?
Christians.
How so?
Christians are gay. Fake and gay, to be more precise.
Webben tried to defend this by saying fake equals hypocrite, gay equals effeminate. Yes, the church is plagued by religious hypocrites, fake, and cowardly effeminate.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I have used the term gay to mean effeminate, but I'm not going to defend his statements, but I've definitely used that way.
Joel Webben is the Michael Scott of Christian nationalism. He tries so hard as a pastor of a relatively irrelevant church to basically try and be cool and show that he can drop the memes that are dank and be down with the kids. That is his MO. That is his thing. And it's very cringe to watch because he's doing this around people that are to his right and his left that are half his age. And it is so bad. It is like your embarrassing uncle has come to town and he's got some racist takes and it's supposed to be based.
I see.
Yeah.
Why did you say it that way? Because I knew it would offend, and the offense ensures that my point wasn't missed. A very astute poster noted, Webben, that's not how it works. Prioritizing causing offense over being clear does the exact opposite of making sure people don't miss your point. To be fair, it took me a long time to learn that one myself, but I got there eventually. This clip was part of a documentary on Christian nationalism Webben was working on. And apparently after getting some, how do you put it, pushback on this clip, they deleted the entire trailer it was a part of, to which Twitter user Will Spencer criticized this move as being damage control. His statement would have been far more powerful if he had simply said, Christians are hypocritical and effeminate. But hypocritical and effeminate are concrete words that imply an objective standard, one that he himself could be held to. By contrast, fake and gay are insults, which is why Joel wasn't making helpful observations about ways Christians could change and grow in manliness and integrity. He was insulting them from an assumed position of superiority. And, I think this is a solid analysis, but I sort of disagree with the idea that the post was deleted because Webben was afraid of having an objective standard he could be held to. I actually think that's giving him way too much credit. I think it was deleted because people didn't like it. And the point of based signaling is to get updates, give me positive attention and accolades. Fake and gay is a based signaling term like Dave's fault. You say this to get your right-wing friends riled up, to get the people going. And the funniest part about it all,
Maybe to some people. I mean, I don't, first of all, I don't even know I never heard of what's based signaling. I've never heard of it.
I think she's either coining it or somebody else has coined it, and it's just not reached our ears yet. But I get what she's saying. People will say things.
But I've said fake and gay because I believe it. Right,
but it is a meme. It is a meme, though. It is. There's a way to defend that as true, that is totally legitimate. Which, again, you and I can agree that for the broad swath of Christian churches in America that are Protestant specifically, a lot of them are fake churches, and a lot of them are literally homosexual or literally effeminate. So that in and of itself is true. But it's not because they oppose a ethno-statist ideal that Joel Webben wants to push. Because the question asked by the interviewer was specifically about Christian nationalism, and the Christian nationalism held by Joel Webben is specifically ethno-statist.
I see. Yeah, no, I would say it's because they are unwilling to hold anybody accountable for their actions within the Christian paradigm. But yeah.
Me is I know part of the reason that the online religious sphere, especially in based signaling circles, would call or criticize modern evangelicals and Protestants as being fake and gay is because they've let go of a lot of liturgical traditions in favor of modern things. If you've ever seen accounts like Pastors with Props on Reels or Woke Protestant Nonsense on X, it's just making fun of pastors for basically turning their churches into an NSYNC concert, getting overtly progressively political, or mocking youth pastors for including Zoomer memes like 6-7 in their sermon.
It says in verse 10, you will know that the living God
Oh my gosh.
is among us.
But how is Webben any different from this? How? A grown pastor using fake and gay in their vocabulary is the same cringe to me as using 6-7 or Among Us. Only at least the pastor using the Among Us meme he's not trying to insult people for clicks. He's still keeping that intrinsic message of loving everyone
God
intact while being a bit cringe. And I'm not sure that Webben has fully integrated the idea that even right-wing people who use this vocabulary, they're pretty uncomfortable with the idea of their pastors partaking in the base ritual. It gives a bit of a hello, fellow kids vibe.
Exactly.
More importantly, I don't think spiritual leaders should be trying to become characters fighting for a team in the culture war cinematic universe, as it is perhaps one of the most vulgar places to exist in the world. In fact, I quite literally and metaphorically think it may be hell. Yeah, hell. Who among us has not been eaten by the beasts we once fed? I know I have, and while I mentioned Andrew Wilson avoiding talking about his wife's history to keep the beasts at bay, the truth is, even if he were a far humbler man, I understand why someone might hesitate. And not just because of bots or religious-based signalers looking for sinners to publicly stone, but because the online environment itself has become hostile to anything human. It has zero interest in forgiving perceived failure or, God forbid, cringe. All you have to do is look at the recent viral discourse on X around a man discussing his wife's promiscuous past. On March 23rd, Andrew Sheets posted a photo of himself and his wife and wrote that she had once lived promiscuously while he had been a virgin, and that she later became radically born again, committed deeply to church life, prayer, repentance, and then after 5 years of being together, she had become an excellent wife. Now, I honestly can't tell you if this is rage bait or a PR stunt, given the guy owns a Christian online marketing firm. We help Sound Christian Ministries grow their social media by 50% in 3 months. 35.5 million views and trended for like 5 days. So I guess, man, I guess it works. Even if we give the ultimate charity here and assume this was done in the most sincere way possible, though, I probably wouldn't advise posting this sort of information to X.
True.
Why? Because X is hell. One of my favorite books of all time is The Great Divorce by C.S. Lewis, where hell is imagined as a place called Greytown. And Greytown is brilliant because nobody there quite admits they're in hell or really knows it. Everyone still thinks they're just temporarily inconvenienced in some kind of holding place purgatory. They can conjure houses, possessions, whatever they want at any point, but everything there is thin, joyless, and unsatisfying. And every conversation in Greytown is grievance-driven, self-justification, and moral posturing. Also, technically, people can leave Greytown at any moment. There is a bus to heaven there, but no one acknowledges the bus goes to heaven and they don't fully understand where it goes. And most people are just too prideful to leave. They're like, no, I chose the right place to be and it's here. And those who do get on the bus, when they finally get to heaven, they find the reality and solidity of it far too sharp. Like the grass feels like razor blades under their feet. The light's way too bright. Everything is too demanding and too real. And the whole point is that before they can exist comfortably in heaven, they have to become more substantial themselves. They have to grow in depth and density of soul, which is why it feels like such a perfect metaphor for X. Because reality is hard. And X offers a permanent alternative, a place where you can avoid the difficult work of becoming or doing anything substantial by endlessly performing the appearance of significance. You can moral posture all day, hit like and repost, call that activism, edit your photos instead of going to the gym, manufacture identities, block strangers, start arguments, win arguments, lose arguments, announce victories that no one's going to remember 12 hours later, all without ever logging off long enough to confront the stubborn difficulty of changing anything real. So on X, we all just wander Greytown, calling each other names all day. And for reasons known only to God and apparently engagement metrics, Andrew Sheets decided to walk into Greytown Town Square, grab a loudspeaker, and announce his wife's sexual history to a starving mob. Naturally, they began throwing tomatoes. And as someone who has been on the receiving end of my life becoming public theater countless times, often due to my own stupidity.
Yes.
I've just learned that enduring some degree of mockery is part of logging on. What you gonna do? But because this video is specifically about performative Christianity, what interested me most is that Sheets' post kind of became almost a perfect theological stress test, and a remarkable number of self-described Christians failed it like instantly. Because here's the thing, whether you find his post cringe or not, the theology is technically solid. You can criticize it for being self-aggrandizing, posted with the wrong intentions, etc., etc. But if you don't like the idea that someone who was sexually promiscuous or someone who is even a hooker or a criminal or a murderer could be spiritually redeemed, Christianity is not the religion for you. Christianity is radically offensive precisely because it keeps insisting that grace interrupts human ranking systems. Pride must die, ego must die, all that. So Christianity insists that your instinct to rank yourself morally above someone else is often the very thing putting you spiritually in danger, which after a month here of delving into Christian Twitter X, my entire feed is now essentially just this. The religious community repeatedly trying to place themselves above one another. I mean, you could even say Sheets' own post where he describes his wife as more pure than most virgins. Is that to glorify God or is that to tear down other women? I don't know. But I do know bitter battles all day about whether Mary is an eternal virgin, debunking the Pope, saying all Catholics or all Protestants are going to hell, saying Sheets' wife is a whore. It's kind of giving hell. It's kind of giving hell vibes. To quote one guy responding to Sheets' post, if Twitter was my only interaction with Christianity, I would be an atheist. And I actually love the interaction he had with another guy right after this. Have you considered that maybe this place is actually satanic? Sure do have a lot of posts on here. Probably can't quit, huh? You have 5.3 thousand and you joined in January. Shut Bro, I need help too, dude. Fair enough. Ironically, that bro, I need help too, dude, is the closest thing you're going to find to online Christianity. And you know what? I believe in you too. You can do it. You can escape, guys. You got this. Seriously, the saddest part of all this X discourse, though, is that almost everyone involved actually has a human story worth hearing. But the second it gets pushed through the public performance machine, everything becomes flat. Because the way Sheet's original post reads is basically, my wife partied, converted, and now she's morally superior to half of you virgins, which understandably lands like, look at all you losers abstaining for nothing, while others got to speedrun chaos and emerge spiritually elite. But that's not the story at all. In reality, Sheets' wife's testimony is really quite tragic and nuanced. His wife grew up without a father, was exposed to porn at 11, drifted into drugs, sex, and new age circles as a young teen, and was later groomed, controlled, and abused by a 50-year-old cult leader. She became suicidal, overdosed multiple times, and nearly died before eventually turning her life around at 18. But none of this depth survives the format of virality, because once it hits X, it just immediately becomes symbolic ammunition where people read it as.
I'm going to pause there for a second. This is why the real world is really important. Like, actually go talk to human beings, build meaningful relationships outside of the internet, because the internet is absent actual accountability and truth. Like, there's a level of anonymity, even if you can see the person, their face, whatever, talk to them on the panels or in X or wherever. It's never the full picture. So
yeah, I'm probably the only one who actually wears this hat in public. You guys, I don't think you wear those hats to work.
You don't know. You don't even know.
It depends.
That's true. What you guys do both slay vampires. I forgot.
I got many hats too. So Western hats isn't just like a facade for me. So
yeah, jeez.
Oh man, the plot thickens. Does that one have the bullet hole in it? No, I'm kidding. That's why you came out of your grave inflamed at the beginning of the stream. You know.
True.
And then Red Bull gave you wings. But yeah, what you're saying is definitely important. You need, I've noticed that as I've continued streaming, and I enjoy streaming, I have lost track when I go out in the real world, because I've done this so much. I've noticed this effect where I'm like, I don't really have a whole lot of real world stuff to talk about because I'm immersed in what I do here, and I don't want everybody to know. And at the same time. Huh?
And the world out there doesn't even know. Like, they don't know half of this stuff even exists.
Yeah. If I say I was talking to Shiva and I was talking to Terry, I was like, what are you talking about, dude? And it would take a whole explanation. By the time I'm done, people in real life wouldn't want to continue talking about it, because that's not, they do live in the real world. And yeah, as far as X, it's the Matrix of sorts. But it's a mixture of what you wish would happen and the cruel reality at the same time.
Yep. True. So we also have a weird inflated sense of some things. Like, do you think that most of society listens to and or watches podcasts?
I would imagine. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm just insular, but I thought people listen to podcasts all the time.
See, I think that I don't know that that's the case. And even if it is the case, the people we think are big and growing all this traction, I would bet you that you could ask 100 people in your local area or your town, and maybe one or two will have heard of the things you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
especially
so,
young people.
That might be the case in my small town.
Yeah, it gives you more perspective. It's like, wait, so yeah, I get where she's coming from on this, but some of these people are nothing in the grand scheme of things. And they may be making a sway in this region, of culture or the internet sphere, but they're not like everybody in the world knows them. And like, okay, yes, Andrew's been on Piers and he's been on Joe Rogan and he's been on Crowder, but like even then, people who watch those things always may have seen him, and that's just one passing guest to them because they've seen 100+ guests in the last year. So
true.
Yes, it's a big deal, but at the same time, it's not as big of a deal in the normal lives of normal people as we who are engaged with it all the time feel it is, I think.
It's valid. It's valid.
So, and her whole life is the internet too. So she's as steeped in it as we are, if not more.
Right. So maybe she, outside of maybe she's caught in this dilemma of the very thing she wants to avoid is where all of her stock has been put.
Mm-hmm. Well, she is everything she's against at the same time as being a part of everything that she's detesting, as more or less we all are in the space, sadly.
Right. We're all in our own mission trying to redeem what seems like a black hole. And there's something alluring about the black hole. You see a star being sucked into a black hole, and it's a beauty of the fires of that star brightly spiraling into the center. And you try to save that star, but you yourself are being sucked in, saving neither yourself nor the star. I need to make a haiku about that or something.
You should.
That was deep.
Men.
That was deep, like a black hole.
Deeper than my coffee cup. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some coffee.
All right.
Doesn't look like a super deep coffee cup, but okay.
You must forgive and marry the OnlyFans girl while staying pure yourself, or you're a bad Christian, which is obviously ridiculous. Just the mere image of the equally deranged manosphere fantasy where men are encouraged to sleep with everyone and then retire into moral purity by marrying the tattoo-free virgin. Most people are probably best suited to partners whose histories, values, and wounds make sense to them personally. But, that's just a boring conversation. It's bland. No one wants to listen to that. All of this, I think, could be sorted out in like a 5-minute adult conversation between someone like Sheets and someone criticizing him, but none of that is going to draw attention or clicks. You know what does draw attention and clicks? Sex. Loud, exaggerated, inflammatory conversations about sex. Because sex drives engagement online. Partly because outrage sells, and partly because people are obviously a little obsessed with it. Half the internet is porn, and the other half is arguing about porn-adjacent things while pretending that's somehow spiritually elevated. It's been noted, quite accurately in my opinion, by many ex-evangelicals that sexual sin often gets treated as uniquely scandalous in a lot of Christian spaces, but
I mean, it is.
Scripture warns just as strongly about pride.
It's definitely uniquely scandalous, okay?
It is definitely unique. I mean, it's the only sin that's said to be a sin against the body. For some reason, the Bible does not say gluttony is sin against the body or doing this is a sin against the body. But it specifically names sexual sin as a sin against the body. There's something more profound about that sin than any other sin. And I don't claim to exactly know what that is, but the Bible does specifically treat that as a notch up.
We'll have to, yeah, I think so. I do.
I think there's even a proverb about your reproach never leaving you. 1 second. I mean, adulterers.
Do you think anything else would stick in the conscience the same way?
I mean, there's the conscience, and then there's the kind of effect it has on you on some other level. I'm sure there are other things that can stick in the conscience, probably to the same degree, but will they have the same effect? See, Proverbs 6, 32 and 33. Proverbs 7. Oh, man. Proverbs 7 has to do with the adulterous woman and her steps lead down to the grave. Things like that. So let me see, what was the passage? Proverbs 6, 32, 33. So 32 and 33 say, I'm gonna go up a few verses actually. For the commandment is a lamp, and the teaching a light, and the reproofs of discipline are the way of life. Verse 23. To preserve you from the evil woman, from the smooth tongue of the adulteress. Do not desire her beauty in your heart, and do not let her capture you with her eyelashes. For the price of a prostitute is only a loaf of bread, but a married woman hunts down a precious life. Can a man carry fire next to his chest in his clothes and not be burned? Or can one walk on hot coals and his feet not be scorched? So is he who goes into his neighbor's wife. None who touches her will go unpunished. People do not despise a thief if he steals to satisfy his appetite when he is hungry, but if he is caught, he will pay sevenfold. He will give all the goods of his house. He who commits adultery lacks sense. He who does it destroys himself. He will get wounds and dishonor, and his disgrace will not be wiped away. For jealousy makes a man furious, and he will not spare when he takes revenge. He will accept no compensation. He will refuse though you multiply gifts. That's not the exact verse I was looking for. There is something about how once you've crossed that line, you just there's a level you just don't ever really get back to, in most cases. The other would be 1 Corinthians 6:18. Flee from sexual immorality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the sexual immoral person sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body.
Where it is, because you don't have ownership of your own self, right? Your own body, because it is fashioned by God, and then when married, it belongs to your spouse too.
Correct.
So like, there's a level of, yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah, it should scare people more than it does, but we have desensitized people so much to it, that we had decades of promiscuity, and then now we have decades of apathy. Well, I don't know about decades, but we have a period of apathy. We're so burnt out. Yep. Like, it's so extreme that we are even our natural, most basic and strongest desires are burnt out because we've been so dopamine fried in that area.
It's true. All right.
Self-righteousness, hardness of heart, and contempt for others. But we all know pride and hardness of heart are not going to generate 30 million views. So once again, this is just another way that Christian discourse becomes horrendously disordered in the era of the internet. Because once you introduce engagement or marketing, it's going to be the most exciting sins that will always be the most discussed, even if they're not necessarily the most spiritually destructive or widespread. In fact, the idea itself of a ranking system for sins, or even consequences like burning in hellfire with pitchforks for eternity, blah, 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 all this stuff that gets thrown around online. None of those things are necessarily biblical. They are allegories that aren't even from the Bible. A lot of Christian imagery, in fact, and popular ideas have just been pulled from imaginative literature like Milton's Paradise Lost or Dante's Divine Comedy. And even if we look at something like the Divine Comedy, Dante places the lustful, those who have been involved in sexual sin, relatively high in the Inferno, while sins tied to pride, fraud, betrayal, and cold-hearted spiritual corruption descend much deeper. So essentially, the base signalers using Christianity for internet points and telling everyone they're going to burn in hellfire, they are placed much lower in Dante's vision of hell that they are referencing than people who have a bit of a slutty past. So the Christian
a bit of a slutty past
is not
downplaying much.
Jeez, that's like self-defense there, self-protection.
And not false, or as Destiny would say, true. But
it's she tried to say that the lake of fire is an allegory, but I would point her to Revelation 21 and start her off at verse 5. And he that sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, Write, for these words are true and faithful. And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars, shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
Yep.
We can't downplay that. And it seems like she tried to there for a second.
Even her word choices and the way she just meandered through that and downplayed like one of the worst, scripturally, one of the worst things. And then utilized, again, sleight of language in the end to like codify the sins that are deepest in Dante's Inferno. Some of those sins are inherently linked to the act of saluti pass that she's mentioning, right? Because things like lying or cheating or betrayal or those things are all connected to that thing. So as much as she wants to downplay it and act like that thing is separate and above those things, it's equal and or worse than. Like, I don't. It's a game of language, gentlemen. It's a game of language.
Cleaner resume. It is who has repented, who is humble, and who understands their need for grace. And this is exactly why the Gospel of Luke gives us the prodigal son. The scandal of that story is not the reckless son returning, it's the older brother being just furious that grace is being given so freely because he did everything right and still cannot tolerate mercy being extended to someone who failed publicly. That is the deeper flaw Christ points at, not simply sin, but resentment towards forgiveness itself. And that remains one of Christianity's most offensive ideas to proud people, that grace often feels profoundly unfair. And we saw that in some of the responses to Sheets. However, I think one thing I sympathize with that puts skepticism into hyperdrive in the online age is the fact that online, it's usually not just grace alone being given, but attention, applause, new audiences, speaking opportunities, money, and influence, which changes the conversation entirely. Because now the question is not simply whether someone is being forgiven, it's whether redemption itself has become a product, which is where the story of the prodigal son can be abused. And that brings us to performative redemption. When I wrote my book that I published last summer, I talked openly about a lot of failures in my own life. Messy relationships, drugs, clout chasing, all of it.
Messy.
But I also wrote about some of the healthier things.
Messy.
Messy.
That's a word.
It is indeed a word.
Things that came after that, how I built routines, how I stepped back from the internet, how I think my relationship with God became more honest and less theatrical. But I was very careful not to frame it as some grand redemption arc because I'm writing a memoir at 30. You could catch me in 2 years doing crack and espionage for China. I have no idea. I know myself well enough, though, to know human beings do not arrive in one clean final form and then remain there forever. So even if what I'm saying now is true, that doesn't mean I am permanently finished becoming a disaster. I can promise you.
That is... I don't have accountability for my future because I might make bad choices. Like, what? That was such a weird way of saying it. Like,
would you call that performative honesty?
Yeah. And I don't think it's such a weird statement. Like, I could be doing this horrific thing in 2 years. Like, what? Why would you put that on yourself? Like, if you are honest.
I think this is coping with the cognitive dissonance of making this video in the first place.
Yeah, it seems that way. And people don't arrive at one perfect final form. Sure, they don't, but you improve over time and you don't backtrack by choice if you know what's good for you. So, like, that's such a weird statement to make. That was like her couching future bad behavior in a preemptive cope, basically.
Right. Yeah. The license to screw up in the future. Like, if I wanted to give the best charitable interpretation of that, it would be in my 20s, my early 20s, when I started this, I would have never imagined the kinds of sins that I would commit. I thought that I lived a life that would be against those sorts of things, but those sorts of things were the exact things that I fell into. And so I can't claim here that, okay, I have historical arrogance, and from this point onward, I'm going to say that I will never go back and do those things. It does take a certain kind of arrogance to say that you will never backslide or you will never do a sin that you've never done before or anything like that. So that would be like my steel man of what she's attempting to convey about her state of herself.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
That. And that mattered to me, which is why I got super triggered when I saw one of the, albeit few, negative reviews of my book that called it performative redemptions.
Everybody else loved my book, but I found this rare diamond in the rough criticism of my wonderful, immaculate book. I'm just sorry that after talking about humility, I thought that was hilarious.
Oh my
God.
gosh.
The basic criticism was this, that it resembled a familiar evangelical genre, the dramatic testimony arc. I was
It
lost.
almost
I was
seems like
sinful.
her
I was reckless.
humility here is performative, wouldn't you say,
Yes.
gentlemen?
I think all of this is performative, to be fair. Like the humility, the honesty, it's, I don't even know. I don't like it.
I watched some of it, and some points I can agree on. Performative
Yeah.
Christianity, we see that a lot on the left.
Sure.
People abusing Christianity, we see that even more in liberal-leaning churches and among liberal-leaning Christians. And we do see it on the far right as well. Me and ReEx, we covered a few topics pertaining to like the most extreme kind of racism and supremacy being found on the far right end of Christianity as well. But I mean, the way she blanket terms it, and like she makes it seem that every Christian on the internet is a bad Christian. And I think that's taking it a little too far. It makes it seem like as though, because I don't know her backstory, but it seems like this is kind of like a return video, like, hello, I'm back on the internet again kind of thing, because I'm getting that kind of vibe from it. And it seems like she comes in and says, and is basically saying, look at how bad all of these Christians are on the internet, but look at me and how humble I am, and look at my humility. But at the same time, she's giving absolutely no grace for those who are actually out there trying to teach scripture, trying to correct bad doctrine and bad errors. I don't know. It seems like she's swinging her sword just a little too widely there.
If I may be devil's advocate real quick, the reason, Rev, you are here and that I am here is because I think an understanding of the problem she's pointing at, which is a lot of the representation of Christianity is really bad. It's unbiblical. It's anti-biblical in a lot of ways. And I think part of the reason we are small potatoes is for the things she's saying is because the things that we say are unpopular because people consider them to be moralizing or cringe or things like that. And even the Christians who would rather just pound somebody's head in online and claim a victory instead of giving something that's life-giving is the part of the reason we're here too, because we want to put the gospel out there. And it's not being put out there sufficiently. And that's why we enter. I mean, most Christians who are on X, who are giving the boomer memes, they're not in debate spaces. They don't see that there are lost people who are intelligent people who have attended church in the past, but just happen to be the smartest person in their church. So even their pastor couldn't reach them because they weren't familiar with all these arguments. They weren't familiar with how to navigate ideas. And so they were just, their church was like a sitting duck for them. And so they're like, forget this. Nobody can answer my questions. And that's why we want to come here and give better answers than, they would otherwise find in the place they grew up.
That's why I say pastoring is a hard job, and it takes a certain kind of man to do it. It takes a wise man and a knowledgeable man. That's why I'm just a preacher. I haven't been called to pastor a flock yet, so you know, I'm a simple preacher. But I do see a lot of pastors abusing that title and abusing that role. A lot of them try to turn godliness into gain, and or turn gain into godliness, and try to sell the gospel. So, but then they try to twist it a little bit, right? So you end up with a circus where the pastor's the ringmaster and he's entertaining goats, and we tend to see that. But it'd be nice to have some good pastoral representation on the internet as well.
But instead we get Joel Webbin.
Now I'm found. Now I understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just said amazing.
Amazing.
Understand. Now buy my book. And I understood exactly what this critic meant, even if I don't think that's fully what I wrote, because I felt that temptation, the temptation to say, I'm good now. Those mistakes belong to the old me, and I have emerged from the fire carrying wisdom for the masses. It is so seductive to do that because it gives your life a narrative shape.
Because it's not what you're doing?
Yeah, it seems like a meta cloak. It seems like a bee rabbit. If I say it first, then you can't say it a second time because I'll say I already said it.
It's exactly what it feels like to me.
It lets you become coherent and turns all of the regrets you've ever had into new branding. And if I'm honest, I mean, maybe like the viewer suggested, I did lean toward that shape in parts of my book without fully realizing it, caveats and all, because maybe even while warning against redemption narratives, part of me still wants one or wanted one. That's just what human beings are naturally drawn toward. We're all drawn toward the most flattering version of our own story. The one where we are the protagonist and we eventually emerge narratively justified. I want a cinematic tale. You want one. Everyone wants that. We want our lives to make sense. I think of T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral, where Archbishop Thomas Becket knows he's going to be killed for opposing the political order of his time. And he's doing something that is good, like objectively a moral thing to do. But even he has to sit there and confront whether he is just acting on principle or whether a part of him is thinking more about the glory of martyrdom. Like, I want a cool story. I want people to think I'm the good guy. It's not just about doing the good thing. Because that's just how obsessed we are with a good story, in ways where even the deepest of virtues we can pursue become vanity. You can do the right thing for reasons that are completely crooked. We get so attached to things like our own suffering because all of this makes us feel narratively important. And once again, I feel myself doing this in real time. I have to be so careful about not letting my mind rewrite reality into something clear. Because performance for someone like me who grew up online, it's not just an occasional temptation, it is my baseline programming. And I have watched both myself and people that I know sink so deeply into that programming of always putting on a performance for the audience that eventually there's almost nothing underneath it. No stable self or core values, just total audience capture. Just looking to the next role or reinvention, the next identity that preserves attention. That is the entire culture of the.
Well, that is real though. That is real in terms of like. Go ahead, Abe.
I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree. It's just what she has done.
So you're saying this is a confession video?
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, so
first she was like totally right-leaning, raised in a Christian home. Then she was the mental mighty with Stefan Molyneux, and then she was mostly ish liberal over here with Destiny and learning their ways. And then she comes back and becomes a freedom fighter, and then she disappears from the internet and she comes back a renewed Christian. Like, that literally is kind of her story.
Yeah, it sucks for her kid. I mean, it also sucks for her that she got married to a guy who promised that he could give her a life. And that, again, there's two sides of a story. Nobody has heard his side of the story. If I took her side of the story as a thing, it's horrible the way that it worked out. it is for her and the whole family situation, because I don't think she did. Again, there's two sides of a story, and if she did anything wrong, we haven't heard anything about it. We'll put it that way. When I say did anything wrong, I mean pertaining to her marriage saga.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Here's why I am saying though. She is definitely at fault for going along with the trend. She's definitely at fault for the things that she is admitting to. And maybe she just doesn't know a way out, because this is all she's ever known. And the normal, she might be so online minded that she's just dissociated from the normal, which is kind of like telling me, hey, Patrick, touch grass. You know, make sure you touch grass more than you touch your keyboard.
Maybe.
That's what I think.
I mean, not everybody's extremely histrionic, too. So there's certainly more danger in it for some than others, I would say. But definitely.
There definitely is a Pavlovian effect of like, I want the numbers to go up. I want the sub counts to go up. I want the likes to go up. I want the views to go up. I want, the donos to go up. And then you become your dopamine reliance is in all these metrics, because now you're addicted like it's a casino for it.
Maybe. Yeah, I could see that.
Ego casino.
Something. Put in another coin.
Internet right now. I mean, look at someone like Clavicular. They're constantly having to do the next big, exciting thing, constantly having to manufacture a new kind of drama to stay in the public eye. It's part of the reason that I've taken so much time off the internet to try to build a self outside of the different online projections and identities I've had. And yet still, as I work on this video, I spend hours thinking about how I'm going to be perceived. I can't get rid of that. So I'm just increasingly trying to acknowledge that there's always an aspect of performance, and there always will be. I think the biggest danger begins when we pretend otherwise, because the moment we deny the performance that we are putting on, we become vulnerable to other people's performances too, and we stop seeing reality. Take a look at someone like Milo Yiannopoulos. A few years ago, Milo announced he was ex-gay, began appearing in overtly religious spaces, selling statues of Mary, talking publicly about opening gay conversion centers, and presenting himself as if he had entered a dramatic new spiritual chapter. And I say this without any moral outrage, just observationally, anyone with even a modest amount of worldly wisdom could tell Milo was still being Milo. Because Milo has always been, above all else, a profoundly performative person. He understands attention almost instinctively. And everyone I knew who has worked in politics saw right through this immediately, because they understand that public identity is often half conviction, half production, and sometimes less than half conviction. And sure enough, recently he announced essentially that he is in fact still gay, or ex-gay, which felt less like shocking breaking news and more like somebody confirming that the sky still remains operationally blue. And yet somehow I still saw overtly religious accounts reacting as though they had witnessed a metaphysical betrayal. So it was all a lie? As if Milo had just shattered a long-standing reputation for quiet interior sincerity. And I think part of why this shock happens is that when religion is absorbed primarily through internet culture, you inherit largely the language without any of the depth. Like, if you take a look at this guy's account, it's almost entirely follow me if you think everything is gay now. Follow me if you don't like Somalis. Follow if you like Christian memes, coomers, trannies, my girlfriend has balls. Follow me. When your religious views are base signaling and follows, it's no surprise you fall for people who are also just base signaling for follows. There's no there. It's all surface level social group signaling for clout. Although honestly, with Milo, I don't even know at this point if it's in-group signaling so much as it's just getting paid to say this stuff or click farming, because what even is this? It's Catholics and Muslims versus Protestants and Jews. Be on the right side of the line when the curtain comes down. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know, guys. Now, the other side of this, why people fall for public redemption stories, I think often comes from a much more sincere place. Because a lot of genuinely faithful Christians project their own moral instincts onto public figures. They think, I wouldn't lie about God, so why would he? And because of that, they often don't have a strong theory of mind for just how performative media personalities can become after years of living in front of cameras. And on top of that, Christians are understandably hopeful. They want to believe that someone has changed. They want to see public affirmation of faith, which is why the sudden public conversion of someone like Russell Brand lands so powerfully. For most of his public life, Brand was associated with a very different moral and intellectual posture. Atheism, libertine sexuality, progressive politics, new age language, whatever the mood and the era required.
Jordan
Then,
Peterson.
after public collapse, sexual assault allegations, and criminal charges in the UK, he suddenly has this highly visible Christian turn. Now, the charitable interpretation of this is very emotionally satisfying, sinner to redeemed. Whereas skeptics might think, that's a very convenient time to be converting there, buddy. Very convenient. And again, timing proves nothing alone. But timing does explain why people ask questions, especially when that turn he had is immediately made extremely public. It wasn't like a quiet church attendance that leaked to the internet or years of private discipleship or even disappearing for a while to learn under a spiritual authority or something. It was an immediate public baptism by Bear Grylls. Speaking tour, podcasts, and then almost the beginning of his own ministry overnight, including filming himself baptizing people at a zoo in front of penguins. A zoo. Can we be so for real right now? It's not that baptism hasn't been public theater before, but usually it's connected to a local church and community accountability. The Christian authority to baptize is not usually improvised 5 minutes after a personal awakening. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that real spiritual change can happen in the public eye, because I think the temptation to perform only disappears when you step away from the stage and can hear your own thoughts.
Right.
And to be clear, I can't tell you whether Russell Brand is being genuine.
That reminds me of Matthew 6, where you already brought up, don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. Also, the same thing is said for spiritual activity in terms of when you pray, don't do as the Pharisees do, where they blow a trumpet when they give alms or something like that. But don't have this big public long prayer. They like their phylacteries broad, all that kind of stuff. But go into your house, close your door. Don't let anybody know you're fasting. Oil your face so people can't tell you're fasting and praying. That's something that's not supposed to be. Those who have done that, Jesus says they have received their reward, and the reward is what? Just a people's momentary reflection. But they are not receiving the reward from God for keeping that between themselves and God.
Right. Yep.
Know his heart. People absolutely can change, but skepticism is not unreasonable either. It just means sincerity and spectacle are very hard to separate when someone has spent an entire career turning personal transformation into content, which is why I think the Bible was very deliberate to warn against exactly this.
That's a big church.
In Matthew 6:5, Jesus says, "And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen." This is not the only verse that talks about not making a public spectacle of one's faith or holiness. All of these warnings exist within the Bible for the exact purpose of preventing crowdsourced and performative Christianity. So how does one make a distinction between Christian and non-Christian if holding up crucifixes for media photos and taking pictures in Deus Vult hoodies means the opposite of Christian behavior? Well, I am reminded of an old 4chan acronym, GIRL, G-I-R-L. It stood for Guy in Real Life. Anytime someone claimed to be a woman online, people would immediately go, sure you are, buddy. Sure you are. Probably because back then, a lot of political forums were overwhelmingly male and still are. And also partly because plenty of men absolutely did and still do pretend to be women on the internet for attention, leverage, and sheer internet weirdness. Eventually, some actual women on the forum would object, saying, hey guys, some of us really are women, not girls. And the response, well, not exactly charitable, contained what I think is a strangely useful point. It doesn't actually matter here. Your argument still has to stand on its own, so your label proves nothing. So in that sense, on 4chan, we are all girls here, and we reject your desire to credential yourself. And honestly, I increasingly think about online Christianity the same way. A controversial thing I have landed on after all this kind of thinking about it has been, I don't really believe in Christianity online. I don't. And it's not because Christians can't use the internet, but because a cross in your bio, scripture in your username, or declaring yourself a Christian tells me nothing useful.
Right.
Just like on the old forums, the label itself has no authority here. What matters is how you behave, how you treat people, what kind of spirit follows you, and whether there is really any depth there once the performance falls away. And that's the fundamental problem, isn't it? None of that is observable online. We are all characters here. Even when we are sincere, we are still selecting what to show in real time for an audience. And the internet is just built to reward exactly the parts of religion that are easiest to imitate: certainty, slogans, moral posturing, which is why, I mean, a lot of you probably already know this, but I don't think you should be looking for a spiritual authority here. Certainly not from influencers, and certainly not from politicians. Once again, that doesn't mean there's nothing online that has value, but spiritually, I think you have to treat it like a video game. I enjoy playing Arc Raiders, for example. I think it sharpens certain instincts. It definitely gives me dopamine. I get to catch up with friends. But I am under no illusion that it improves my actual shooting skills unless I go to a real range. And in the same way, there is nobody out here developing a spiritual life through a screen. It's like spirituality itself is about transcending the material realm. But when you're online, you're not even in the material realm. You got to log off just to get there. And I know all of this. I get it. I know all of this sounds like my final defense of Christianity is just, well, you know, this isn't real Christianity. The stuff you're seeing online, that's not real Christianity. And I know that people hate that. They get really annoyed when any ideology is defended this way. That wasn't real communism. Because this always sounds like somebody trying to rescue an idea by redefining it after all the damage has been done. But Christianity is genuinely unusual because the text itself, unlike something like the Communist Manifesto, spends half its time predicting this exact problem. A shocking amount of the New Testament is basically just, hey guys, a lot of people will claim spiritual authority. Many of them are just motivated by ego, power, money, or control. And many of them are going to sound super convincing, and here is how to tell. And then the remaining half is just like letters to churches already behaving terribly almost immediately. It's honestly remarkable how little optimism the New Testament has about institutional human nature. And even if you look at great, well-respected Christian writers like C.S. Lewis and T.S. Eliot, who I reference in this video, both of them warned incessantly that many people who call themselves Christian may not understand the word at all, and that some people who reject that label may embody it more deeply than those who publicly wear it. I cannot even begin to fathom what the two of them would say if they saw a world post-iPhone. There's just this unbridgeable divide between spiritual life and the internet. And I think that's a good thing. You know, God, if the word means anything, points towards something too large for binary code to carry. And call me crazy, but even off the internet, I just don't think God is usually found on stages with fireworks or crosses raised at the perfect moment for applause or an election. I think God is found in much quieter places. But given that one of the most universally traumatic experiences in modern life now appears to be forgetting your headphones on the bus and suddenly being forced to hear your own mind boot up, I'm not convinced many of us are sitting still long enough to feel anything deeper than distraction anymore. And I'm not even going to pretend to know the solution to that, because clearly, even when I try to log off, when I write a book about logging off, it all still pulls me back in. I'm just as addicted as anybody else. And I don't know what to do. All I know is I'd like if we had fewer public prophets pretending they do. All right, guys, a few things I wanted to mention before.
Hey, you lied. You said it was the end.
This is a very important addition to my life. Her name's Mishka, but as you know, with any cat,
Russian bot.
She knows like 400 different nicknames. Hi, Moosher. Mish Moosh. And then the other things are where to find me and my relationship with the internet. Because I notice every time I make a post, put out a video, whatever, I have like thousands of people saying, oh, here she is. She's back again. She said she was quitting. First of all, I never say I'm quitting. I say I'm taking a. Okay, do you want to go up there?
Really?
My shoulder.
That's how I remember
never
it.
say I'm quitting. I always say I'm like taking a step back, or I'm not doing interviews, or I'm trying to get a healthier relationship with the internet. I'm not leaving forever. And the fact that so many people think there is no in between with posting every single day, monitoring the situation 24/7 on twitter.com, or, just logging on when you have
What's
something to say.
twitter.com?
Come on, people. That is the quintessential problem with online politics. So, you probably won't see me for another few months. I'll be in reality. But part of the reason you won't see me.
And just so you all know, I'm a cat lady now, and I'm back, basically. Is what I'm hearing.
You said exactly what I was thinking, but I'm like, it's kind of cliche. Yeah, you're right. It's like, here's my cat. But, okay. As much as I have criticisms of her, call it a bleeding heart or whatever, I at least feel bad for the kid that she had. And again, who knows if she is the instigator in the, split or not. It just, there's a lot of things that she has done wrong. I just hate the whole broken family situation. And it may be her fault.
I hate to say this, but statistically, it is probably her.
Statistically, yeah. Well, in the action of divorce, but if you, what's it called? The who is that lawyer that Andrew debated him at one point? He was on Diary of a CEO. A lot of times, what happens is the women will initiate the paperwork part, but what happens is the men. It's a lot of 50-50, but what the men will do is they will leave just like one day, and then the divorce never happens because the man's not doing the paperwork. So the women a lot of times will, or at least a noticeable amount of times, will do the paperwork part. So statistically, the divorce will happen in the name of the woman, but when it comes to like causality, it's a little bit murkier than that.
I don't think it seems off to me. The reason I say it seems off to me is, at least prior to the current generation, what I've known, of course, this is all
anecdotal,
but most men are trying to hold on to what they've got. They're not like seeking to run, because it's hard enough to even find a mate in the world. And so in most cases, what I see is the dudes trying to hold on to what they have. And I'm not saying they don't do anything wrong, but they're not willing to throw everything away.
Right. Ben Talk is saying that Lauren had an affair while she was married. I didn't remember that. I thought she had an affair after the divorce, and I call it an affair because God says remarriage is adultery, but that's a whole other thing.
That's what I had remembered, but I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure. I remember her having the affair, and it was one of the main things that drove the divorce, but I couldn't remember exactly what the details was. And there was like all this hubbub about her sleeping with Destiny while still married and all kinds of other stuff. So
I thought that was after she's married. So I feel, it's still, anyway, in God's eyes, if you're married, you're married. But yeah, that's awful. I don't think it legitimizes divorce, but that's, I can't feel bad for a cheater.
It ain't good. I don't know, man.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Yes, because
that's part of why I feel like this call out is, I understand where it's coming from, and there is some legitimacy to claims that are made throughout, but the way she goes about it and the character she has shown all throughout has been like, what is your goal? Yeah, what is your goal? What is the actual goal of this video? Because I don't think it's just to call out online Christianity. I think there's more motive than just that.
You think she's being opportunistic?
I do. And this is her announcing her comeback, right?
Motive as well.
This is literally at the end announcing her comeback.
Mm-hmm. And then also throughout this video, she has completely discredited Christianity in online spaces. an extension, online apologetics, online ministries. You know, some people can only be reached online, and there's some people
Unfortunately.
who don't have benefits of being able to express Christianity publicly without persecution in certain parts of the world. And this is a forum to where faithful preachers like me can reach those people who are hungry for the gospel but can't get it locally. So, like I said, she's swinging that sword very, very, very wide.
It's
and
true.
unless she has a solution, then this whole video was for naught.
Well, also, shout out to Mike Winger for calling out the ridiculously abusive Bethel Redding Church out in California that has a bunch of false prophets. And yeah, so if anybody, just real quick, there was a guy that they had elevated, and he pretended to be a prophet. He read people's Facebook accounts to get personal information, then went into the pulpit, pretended to prophesy about these people in order to get clout, to get money, to get all sorts of stuff. And he was also involved in a bunch of sexually degenerate crap. And finally, yeah. And so Mike Winger had got together a bunch of witnesses, information, lawyers, things like that to expose that. And it would be great if she gave a shout out to Mike Winger. She probably isn't even aware, because the Christian spaces she's looking at are obviously, the less than desirable at best as far as a representation. But there is still good stuff and Christ honoring stuff happening on the internet, even on a large scale.
That's true. There is.
Normie job, and B, I was actually accepted into a master's program. Now I'm only doing like one class a semester because it's expensive, and normie jobs just do not pay the same as doing stuff on the internet, which is why everyone's doing it all the time. So if you enjoyed this video and you would like to see me make more videos, maybe even put some of my essays from my schooling, I would love if
Essay
you
is a weird
follow
word
me on
now.
Substack or Subscribestar, because then that'll give me a little extra time to write little essays and post when I do have things to say. Because most of the time I am just working or reading now. Oh, sorry, Mish Moosh. Yes, that's right.
Does Mish Moosh have a channel I can watch?
Master's program.
Does Mish Moosh have an X account?
Post-wall cat lady. It's the best. Seriously, though, I appreciate all of you who have stuck around and who follow me. Go check me out on Subscribestar or Substack. I won't be posting all the time, but when I do post, hopefully it's worthwhile listening to. I don't know what else to say. Goodbye. See you next time. Farewell.
I get Ann Coulter vibes from her a little bit too. Hey, Mike Winger.
That's funny. What is it? Listening?
It was listening.
That's wild. Gentlemen, that was a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
weird.
It's kind of like it's the feeling of somebody criticizing another person for their presentation while an entire broccoli floret is stuck between their two front teeth.
That, and while doing the same thing you are claiming
emotes,
other people are doing.
Beams emotes.
Yeah, doing the same thing, as in the whole clout chasing and trying to excuse it because she's addicted to the internet, like so many people are.
Mm-hmm.
It made Ben Talk sad.
I'm sorry, Ben Talk. I didn't mean to make you sad, but we all saw it. You gentlemen, do you have anything else to say about this? I think there's ulterior motives. I think that there's some legitimacy to some of the claims, but any one of us could have said it. I don't know why she needed to come out of her break from the internet to tell us all the things that we already know, and also criticize specific people and then promote herself after everything.
Yeah.
That attack there at the end, that was kind of uncalled for. Christianity doesn't exist online. That's a very, very broad term.
Yeah, so here's how I understood her. Because she opened that segment with the girl analogy, what she was saying is, the safest statistical assumption to make with the least amount of risk would be to assume that the person is not a Christian, even if they profess to be one. And that's kind of how I think about people, even in real life, is like, until I get to know you, you're an atheist until I get to know you. And that might be like a harsh rule, but I don't literally believe that about them, but I will not make presumptions to be like, hey, brother, hey, sister, can I pray for you? Right. And I don't extend that trust to somebody I just met, even in real life on the street. And as far as online with the whole girl thing, you know, people pose as women all the time. 4chan, that does happen a lot. I'm not going to take it as broad as 4chan did. But I see where she's coming from with like, oh, I'm a Christian. Well, so are the people in Matthew 7 who got sent to hell, who prophesied and did many miracles in her name. But Christ says, I never knew you. So I see where she's coming from with that. Is it overbroad so as to be misunderstood? You could argue that, but I understood at least the best version of what she was conveying.
Well, I think you could do the same thing if you just don't apply like a value judgment, like aren't Christian to people, even if the claim is made. Like, you don't have to believe that they're not one or believe that they are one. You just have to watch their behavior. But saying they aren't, or that you don't believe it exists on the internet, is like saying, I understand where you're coming from with the girl analogy, but even then, there are still actually females on the internet. So as much as it doesn't quite matter, it doesn't like justify the claim that there aren't any, right? We're all the same. We're not, though.
I took aren't as a de facto statement, not an absolute statement on reality. And by that, I mean, like, I will regard, until I have better evidence, I will regard your Christian label as meaningless. I will not give you the credence of being a Christian until I see the fruit. That was my understanding of how she was pointing that out.
Maybe. It is weird, though, to claim that you're a Christian and then say it means nothing right after.
And I don't think she said that Christianity means nothing. Did she even? I mean, she even questions her own Christianity in this video, which I would.
No,
I would
say it means nothing, and their Christianity online isn't a thing. And then she's online and saying she's a Christian. That's all I'm saying. Like, to make the claim that you are, or that you do believe in it, and then to criticize it, and then to claim you are one at the end and that you're doing better than you were, is, I don't know, it's just a weird juxtaposition of your claims. It's back and forth in my head. It's like,
yeah. So I think to your point, you have not seen fruit to your satisfaction that her profession of faith, if she takes one anyway, has any credibility either.
Well, why even do what she did? Like, if it is the case that she believes she's Christian and that Christianity should do better, or people who claim to be Christian should do better, then why would you come highlight all the things, then say that in your opinion anybody could or could not be and claim to be, so it doesn't matter, but also claim to be?
The best defense, I can only think of one reason why she would justify that in her mind, is that she has the kind of access and the kind of audience in a certain sphere of the internet, like the political right of the internet, that would have that kind of reach to make an impact, even though she herself is a poor example of what people should be following in terms of the trend of her life. That'd be the only, outside of that, I don't see any other reason to make that video.
At
least that's not
one
cynical.
Thing that was severely missing was a prescription. And she gave no prescription other than doubt everybody who claims the mantle of Christian.
That's what I'm saying. I think her prescription is nihilism. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust anything. Nothing's real. It doesn't matter. But I'm addicted to it, so let's keep doing it.
I mean, she started out okay. From what I saw the video previously, she started out all right. She made some points. That was kind of hard to argue with. But then, just as it went, It's like, but you're not giving anything. You're not telling people what to look for. You're only saying, look at these people who say they're Christian and look how bad they are. And you can't trust anybody online. It's basically what it was. She didn't say
awesome.
Look for the ones that are expounding proper doctrine. Look for the ones who are quoting scripture and actually using scripture to justify their worldviews. Nothing.
Yeah,
and with that, and if she has reach, like I'm assuming she does, because the quality of that video is pretty decent, right? Well shot video. Then I would think that her being so full of humility would have humbled herself down to give at least a little bit of a prescription. But
well, I mean, the prescription she gave was
her to the same standard that she holds everybody else. So
the prescriptions I heard would be, I can hear myself, but what I had heard, if we take it in the context of the entire video, was the idea that you should be more Christ-like, have more compassion, don't be performative, don't, don't be Kenneth Copeland, don't be Joel Webben, don't be Andrew Wilson, don't be a jerk, don't be all this kind of stuff. So there were a lot of don'ts in there for sure. And the do's, I guess, were just the opposite of being more private, being more humble, and all that kind of stuff. The question is, what is the direction of her channel? Because what she wants to see in the world is what her channel is going to be.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know.
Is she going to be a Christian channel from now on?
Well, that's kind of what I brought up at the beginning of all of this. There's a line between your actual convictions and entertainment in this space. And the question is, where's that line? And I don't know that I truly know her convictions. I only know what she just said. So maybe she's right.
Yeah, I mean, for my part, I think the video was a mixed bag. I think I agree with a good amount of her points, but I also agree that she is not the ideal person to have said them. Also, some of the points were clumsily made and left herself open to hypocrisy, or at least being at fault of the very thing that she was criticizing. So I think it's legit. Maybe I said a whole bunch of nothing there, but I don't have anything more to add to that. How about you, Rev?
Well, I don't know her personally, and outside of this one video, I don't think I've ever seen her before. So I can't speak to how she was before this video, anything like that. So I might be giving her more grace than what she's, entitled to. Although I could be giving her not enough grace as well. So I try to be very careful with that. So, try to be nice with everybody to an extent. But yeah, just like re-examination said, she had some good points. Some of the time she swung a little broad. And then some other times she just completely missed marks entirely. And yeah, that's very strange. But
I think you made a good point, actually, because I brought up Winger. I'm not a Catholic, but I do appreciate some things Trent Horn does. I do appreciate some things Lila Rose does, especially for life in the womb and things like that. And I heard they are not nobodies on YouTube, and I heard no shout outs to any of those people who are, they have pretty big channels. They have pretty wide reach. And I don't know why they weren't brought up.
Well, she made the assertion that it's performative online and that you shouldn't take them as actually Christian. That's I think she's giving you that as you can't trust that people are actually what they're showing. And so there's
when
no
you
point.
present a case, you wanna present the one side of the case that strengthens your argument the most. And what strengthened her argument was pointing to people and saying, "Look how bad they are," but then failing to look at people like Mike Winger, God Logic, Inspiring Philosophy, just to name a few, who are doing really good in the apologetic sphere. And yeah, like failing to mention them at least to say, hey, look, these guys are actually doing pretty good. I don't know, it just felt kind of disingenuous. Kind of like some of the news media would do. They want you to see only one side of the whole scene, so you don't see the rest of it that's going on. So she
Actually,
shows you just the bad, and then says that online Christianity is all performative. That's
think
why
that's
I
actually
kind
a
of
really
like
good
got that
point. I
feeling,
think that's
like, you know, this kind of feels
because
disingenuous.
she didn't highlight that there are good Christians, or that there are real Christians, or that there is anybody. Just that you shouldn't trust that Christians online are actually Christians.
You know, it could be it could be a cope, because she might be having an identity crisis of whether she's ever truly been saved or not, and she probably doesn't
That's
know how to
true,
deal
too.
with it. And I think she should actually, you know, I have a Google Drive with PDF books about that stuff, very thing from centuries past, which is a very real issue of how to discern whether you're in or not, and how to get out of intellectual difficulties that stop you from that. I mean, it's tragic, and it makes me want to write a book for the modern day, you know, compiling those points that better men than I have made to actually, you know, reach this generation. But nobody even reads anymore. We all watch TikTok. So it's really sad. I think it's about as black pilled as you can get in terms of spirituality. It's about as black pilled as you can get, because if you were saying there's just no hope as an atheist, well, that's just the logical conclusion and then the extension of your beliefs. But if you're saying I'm a Christian, where's the hope? That's really bad, because now you've nullified,
Online.
Online.
Her main contention is that online you can't trust that any Christian is actually Christian.
Yeah,
because it's all informative.
It's
because
yeah,
otherwise, if she didn't feel that that was the case, she would have said what she said about all those people that she thinks aren't good representations of Christianity, and highlight that there's an issue with calling people out who are seeking redemption, and then show that there are some that are doing good works or a good representation, in her opinion, still left, and to be careful who you see as Christian until you know better. But she didn't make any concession like that. Her only concession was that online there is no Christianity.
Right. It came from a standpoint of accusatory skepticism.
Right.
Fair enough.
If all she wanted was the warning that you need to be careful who you trust as a Christian online, she could have made that claim and then showed that there may be good, but she didn't make that claim. Her only claim was it's not real online. So who knows? And then the question I keep having hit my head is, isn't there a certain level that is in fact performative in being a Christian in the first place?
You mean
not for all of that, not for showing off, but like they'll know you by your fruits is literally showing you act uprightly in the world so that they can see you are set apart from the world, so that they will ask, what is the cause for your faith? And that means you have to already be performing in some way in the world for them to take notice.
Well, we're using the word perform in two ways. When we say performative, we don't mean consistent with our morals. When we say performative, we mean doing it for the eyes of other people. When we're talking about if somebody's being performative, that's what we mean. But if we're saying performing in terms of acting according to our convictions in an honest and sincere sense that God sees, then yeah, you cannot,
Yeah, but that would
even
be
the good things will come out.
Yeah, but that would be denoting that all performance is devoid of your moral values, which I don't think is the case.
Well, again, it depends on what we're saying by performance. I could be performing like look at me," or I could be performing like carrying out the will of Christ. So it depends on what we're defining with performance in each sentence where you say it in.
Right, but I know, okay, obviously there's like you perform tasks. That's not the same as a performance, right?
Right. I take performance as negative and perform task as positive, morally speaking, when we're talking about this sort of thing. And I thought the original point was like on some level we're all fallen, we have fallen flesh. Go ahead.
So sorry, but like even performative as we currently use it describes actions, speech, or behaviors intended to create a specific impression or show how a person wants to be seen rather than reflecting their genuine feelings. But then what is the word for describing actions, speeches, or behavior intended to create a specific impression? Is that not still performance?
I would call that exemplifying. If you're doing it from a sincere point where it is reflective of what is in your heart, I would call that exemplifying, being an example. Like when Paul says, "Follow me as I follow Christ," I wouldn't call that performative. I wouldn't use the word performative when Paul says that.
It's very strange. I would just call the word performative then lying.
Hypocrisy. Whitewashed tombs. I mean, you look at the Pharisees. Their phylacteries are broad, and their what was that? What was the phrase they used, Russ? What was the phrase Jesus was saying about your prayers are long, your phylacteries are broad, but it's probably in Matthew 23. Jesus goes over all of their outward deeds. So like Matthew 23:5, they do all their deeds to be seen by others, for they make their phylacteries broad and their fringes long, and they love the places of honor at feasts and the best seats of the synagogues and greetings in the marketplaces of being called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers, and no man your father on earth, for you have one Father who is in heaven. Neither be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Christ. The greatest among you shall be your servant. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. Yeah, and it reminds me of that proverb that says, "Do not, ascend to the highest place. Stick to some place lower. Lest you should be, taken down from the highest place, but rather go take a lower place so that you might be honored by being called up to a higher place." And a performative is like commandeering the spotlight. That's what I think of when I hear the word performative. Like the attention should be on me. Whereas when you're exemplifying it, the attention goes to Christ and what God did for you.
Right. That makes sense. And like Blood Logos is saying in the chat, it's like performing for clout or using religion for status.
Yeah.
So yeah, dangerous. Well, gentlemen, do we have anything else?
Rev?
I think at the end of the day, we should follow Jesus' advice. You shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? And even in online spaces, you can still see who's bearing fruit, and you can see who's geared toward spreading the gospel, who's geared toward representing the Christian ethics, Christian moral framework, and we can see who's honest and dishonest about it simply by the fruits they bear. And if we see the works of the Holy Spirit in them and in the things that they do and the things that they say. But beyond that, we can't blanket label every Christian online as performative or not a Christian or just wearing it as a brand or an identity to fit in with a group or a clique of people. Just as Jesus said in the parable of the wheat and tares. It's not for the farm hands to root up the tares before the harvest, because it'll damage the wheat as well. Let them both mature, and then when the harvest comes, the wheat will be gathered into the barns, and the tare will be burned up with unquenchable fire. So we let God sort it out. He's the one who's going to divide the sheep and the goats. So the best thing for us to do is just be vigilant, keep our eyes open, and see who's bearing the fruit. Who's bringing forth the good works of the Spirit. And then besides that, everything else, I guess, like our Orthodox brother says, up to mystery.
Yep.
Very good. Gentlemen, thank you for doing this evening. That was interesting watch. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Sorry, I jumped in a little late there. I didn't see the messages until late, so...
You're good.
I blame myself, because it was just kind of like, last minute sort of thing where, but
it's all right.
But Blood Logo says, fun stream, guys. Thank you, Blood Logos, for coming. It was a fun, very interesting ride. I think towards the beginning, seeing all the conspiracy crap was the wildest ride of all.
That was bizarre.
Oh yeah, the opening of her video was kind of strange. Is there any truth to that at all? That they were like some sort of MK Ultra children doing the Stranger Things?
No.
I mean, what did you do at your kindergarten? That was me. I mean, I thought everybody had that experience.
Like, I thought we were talking about Charles Kirk, not Charles Xavier. So
right,
I got a little confused there at the start of that video.
That's X-Men USA.
Rev figured it out. The X-Men are real, confirmed.
Yeah.
We didn't know Candace was actually Storm. Holy crap.
That's racist.
Dang.
I'm kidding.
All right. Well, gentlemen, do you have any sign-offs, call-outs, plugs you want to do before we end this thing? Send it off into the wake.
I'll just say, go ahead, Rev.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure. Reexamination Show. You can check me out at youtube.com/reexamination show. Linktree is in the description for all the other platforms and socials. And I go live every so often. And sometimes I'll do a ReEx and Rev, where both myself and Rev Russ here review anything spiritually significant and try and give a biblical and gospel-oriented analysis of it.
Good stuff. Thank you, ReEx.
And of course, I'm Rev Russ, the unapologetic preacher. And it's usually one of my signature sign-offs, I guess, or at least it's become so, to give a little bit of a parting scripture. And since Matthew 7 kind of just pops out at me after watching this video, I think I should start with the verse that all the atheists love to invoke. Judge not, that ye be not judged, for with what judgment you judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure you meet, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but consider not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of your own eye, that thou may see clearly to cast out the mote that is in your brother's eye. And with that, I'll bid you all God bless and have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, Rev Russ. Appreciate it. Gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming. We just got a Rob Noor raid right here at the end, which is hilarious.
Right. Let's send him to Speakeasy or something, because Speakeasy is still live.
Hello, Norons. God bless everybody.
Let's see what we got here.
Please be sure to like the stream as you pass on to the next raid.
Yes. Make sure you like here and there. Make sure you sub here and there.
Right.
Thank you all so much for a wonderful night. God bless you all. Have a blast. And we'll see you next time.